Joe Folley, thank you for joining me today.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Today we are going to be doing the most rigorous intellectual exercise possible, and we are going to tier rank, make a tier list of 30 classic works of philosophy. What does it mean if we're going to say like a book is S tier?
I feel like with something like this, it can only ever be sort of arbitrary and vibes based, because ultimately, what do you do if you're comparing like Kant to Wittgenstein? It's difficult to even know where to start with something like that. There's not a kind of an uncontroversial cross-philosophical criteria you could use. So I think that, I sometimes say this whenever I do any kind of ranking video, that this is just kind of entirely arbitrary and purely based on the vibes that they give out.
So if you hate the ranking that we come up with, you can just hate us.
Yeah, exactly. It's entirely personal.
Yeah, I think for a while I thought that this was like, you should rank them based on their historical influence. But even then, you're just going to go by vibes.
Well, also, and I feel like if you rank by historical influence, you just end up with like loads of Plato in the S tier, and sort of, and it kind of, you end up deteriorating by time just because they've had less chance to have an impact.
I tried once to make a video where I was like, what's the most influential book in history?
Oh.
And it turned out the answer, every time I thought about it, was just the Bible, because it's so old.
Yeah, I mean, it's been around for so long. And something, what else? I mean, it would just have to be a major religious text, right? It would either be like the Bible or the Quran or the Torah.
Yeah, the only argument against the Quran is just that it's a lot newer.
Well, exactly.
Than like the Old Testament.
600 years after the Old Testament, the New Testament.
You could say like the Upanishads or something, but it would it's going to be of old religious text. And so I couldn't make the video exciting. And so if we were going by like, what's the most influential text, be like, well, it's the Republic.
Yeah.
Cool. End of video. All right. Let's actually start with that, though. The first book I have for us is Plato's Republic. I mean, when did you read the Republic for the first time?
For the first time, I read it when I was far too young to get anything from it. So it was one of the first proper philosophy books I read, and I read it when I was 12, and just like got nothing out of it, because like it was very cool. I could sit around and think, oh, I'm reading Plato, isn't that cool? But it just went completely over my head, as I expect it would for most 12-year-olds. But I did remember really enjoying it. And in a lot of ways, that was, the first proper philosophical book that I read. So it had a lot of nostalgia for me.
I think the first philosophical book that I read was Heidegger's Introduction to Metaphysics.
That's insane.
Which was a huge which was a huge. Well, I went to the bookstore and it had the word introduction in it. And so I thought it would be great. And suddenly I'm like 17 or something, maybe 16, and I'm sitting in my room trying to comprehend nothingness. I became incredibly annoying because of that book. I actually didn't read The Republic until after I left graduate school.
That's so cool.
It was like this joke in my department, like, how long can Jared go without reading The Republic? Because I took a seminar on Plato's Timaeus when I was an undergrad. So I had done an entire semester on the cosmology of Plato, but had never even touched The Republic.
So you were just kind of demiurging it up.
Yeah, exactly. I could tell you about the receptacle and the demiurge, and I could tell you about some of these like myths of like Atlantis showing up in Plato's writings, and some of his views on the spheres, like the heavenly spheres. But I had no idea about any of the details of Plato's Republic until I read it for myself after I left graduate school. And that was actually a thing. Like, I didn't read a ton of classic philosophy text because I was in such an analytic department. Yeah, I mean, that just did so little history.
For people watching, it is analytic departments. I also spent, Cambridge is a very analytic department, and you did have to kind of go out and read the classics for yourself, because a lot of it was very 20th century. I mean, great in its own way, and I'm still a big fan of analytic philosophy. On the kind of Substack analytic continental beef, I felt very homeless because I quite like both. In fact, this tier list is going to be difficult because I have quite a positive attitude towards a lot of what I read. I kind of do tend to enjoy things. So, but
they're all S tier. They're all S tier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. As in, when we're ranking, it's got to think this is within the subset of books that are already absolutely incredible. So
yeah, I mean, it's like we made a list of 30 books, and it's like we already chose classics. They're classics for a reason. But let's keep that in mind. Yeah.
But I have since reread The Republic a couple of times. I did a course on it at university, and I have come to really appreciate it. In fact, my favorite part of The Republic is just the tripartite view of the soul, or just having a multi-part view of the soul, I think is so much more revolutionary than we give it credit for, and also surprisingly modern in a weird way. You have this tripartite model of the soul, but then, for a long time, a kind of loose mono picture of the soul kind of was, the kind of common sense view. And yet, now we kind of, if you're to walk into, I don't know, if you walk into a psychoanalyst office or something, they would quite often talk about different parts of the soul. And it seems like it's kind of come back in, not parts of the soul, but parts of the mind. And I feel like in a lot of ways, this part, chopped up picture of the human mind has come back 2,000 years after Plato first conceived it, albeit with a lot more chops. But
we had this kind of the tripartite conception of the soul, and then maybe because of Christianity or something, it becomes very simple. It's just this thing. And then maybe in the modern period, with Descartes, we just have the mind. But then Hume comes along, and then others start saying, well, maybe psychology should be at least divided up into beliefs and desires. That's a little bit like reason and appetite. Not quite, but it's a little bit like it. And then Freud comes along and says, "Oh man, let me tell you. Let me tell you just how weird the mind actually is."
Yeah, no, I think in some ways Plato is so ahead of his time for that. Kind of rediscovering Plato in dividing up the mind again. So that for me is the best part of the Republic. I can give or take the form stuff. I mean, I think the forms are obviously revolutionary historically, but I can't buy into them in quite the way that I might like to.
Well, so there's two things about the Republic I'd point out. One is that the forms only kind of appear in the Republic. The words forms, I don't think it's used, or if it's used very rarely. There is the stuff about the intellectual realm.
Yes, the dividing line and the...
And the allegory of the cave is clearly about going into the intellectual realm. Though, you get later readers like Heidegger who say that talking about the intellectual realm, it's just an allegory for education. Like that's all it is. And the forms don't appear as strongly as they do in some of the other dialogues. So it is a little weird. But two, everyone reads it as a work of political philosophy. But I was reading an article when I was working on my video about Plato's Republic from Julia Annis, and she just states in the conclusion that she's like, there's almost no political theory in the Republic.
I in some ways I'm very sympathetic to that reading, and partly because Plato's Laws, which seems to me to be a much more straightforwardly monotopical work, just looking at how to run a state, is quite different. I remember reading an argument that this might have reflected a change of heart that Plato had, having gone to work for the dictator of Syracuse, who I always call Dionysus and is actually called Dionysius, and having such a difficult time with that and being kind of totally disillusioned with this idea of a potential philosopher king, becoming convinced that kings could not be philosophers, and then coming back and creating this much more rules-based system. The thing that always gives me pause for thought is that Aristotle just kind of reads it quite straight, and that could be, and I kind of think, well, they almost certainly had a conversation about this at some point. Having said that, I mean, I know that Aristotle sometimes has a bit of a reputation for representing pre-Socratics in a slightly uncharitable light, so maybe he's doing the same thing with Plato here.
He does in the Politics mention specifically that the laws and the statesmen revise the Republic. So he seemed to read it like a political work, and yet every time, okay, we start with the soul, in it's about morality for the individual, and then we go into the city, and then when he talks about going from the aristocracy, the sort of ideal city run by a philosopher king, and degenerating all the way down into a tyranny, he goes back to the allegory of a single person. So he's talking about the aristocratic man and the tyrannical man. And then, of course, the Republic ends by talking about the myth of where it's all about taking care of your soul. And that's what's so weird about the book.
It's like capped at the beginning and end with a deeply individual framing. And then it seems to me slightly unclear just how seriously Plato is taking the politics in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it means, I mean, I just read it this year. I'm going to have to read it in the next year or two again, because I keep thinking about it. It's a book that I've never stopped thinking about. It's just like it's in my soul now.
It also has the ring of Gyges in it, which is like my favorite ethical thought experiment. I think it's fantastic. I really like it. I love the kind of what would you do if you would never be held accountable for your actions? I just like that as a thought experiment, and I think it's put perfectly there. And also, like, that must have inspired the Lord of the Rings, right? Like, there's no way that Tolkien didn't know about the ring of Gyges.
I actually looked into this. I mentioned that in my video, and I because it's clearly like there, or like it seemed so clear. And a lot of like real Tolkien heads said that there's nothing in the notebooks to suggest that it's inspired by Plato.
Wow.
But I would have to assume that like Tolkien just would have had to read the Republic.
Well, I mean, he was in Oxford talking to philosophy professors constantly. I feel like he would have come across this idea at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that it would be a little silly to think that like it wasn't at least kind of in the background. And he's reading all these old works anyways. He's clearly influenced by all these different mythologies and religions and things. So it seems like a no-brainer that there's something there. And of course, this sets up the Republic also sets up this really nice age-old opposition between philosophers and poets. Poets are going to be, they mislead us. Poets can stir up the passions, but philosophers don't do that. And poets are always 3 steps removed from the truth. There's some rather complicated math that goes on at some point to show just how far away from the truth poets are. That happens in like book 7 or book 8.
Just incredibly, incredibly suspicious, and like takes issue with Homer, which I think is kind of worth remarking on in its own right, just because Homer, at that point, at the very least from what I know, just kind of was Greek literature, like in terms of a kind of bastion of it. Criticizing Homer is really ballsy, and so I kind of respect that, even if I disagree with it.
And though, in the allegory of the cave, Socrates cites Homer approvingly, and then later on cites this almost the exact same passage disapprovingly. Because he draws an allegory with he talks about how it would be better to be a dirt poor tenant farmer in the realm of ideas than like a king among the dead. This is referencing Achilles in the underworld. It's directly there. And then he says, well, we have to ban that because then people will fear death.
Well, yeah, the other thing is that I'm not, it's unclear to me, because he clearly takes issue with Homer's representation of the gods. But I don't know to what extent he's viewing the actual, events of the Iliad and the Odyssey as ahistorical, apart from the theological implications of it. It's really interesting. I say it's such an interesting work, and I sort of think that it would be it's whenever one finishes it, it just leaves you with lots and lots of questions about what it's about, because any kind of neat through line that one tries to draw through it has like fraying ends that just demands tying up.
And then there's this history too of reading Plato sort of esoterically. We think about this maybe as like a 20th century development with like Leo Strauss, but Aristotle himself references the unwritten teachings of Plato.
And like the pre-Socratics had so many unwritten teachings. They were constantly like indulging in esoteric semi-mysticism, and that seems so anti-Platonic. But again, it's if most of that was unwritten, and you don't see the mysticism is not there in all of the extant records of Heraclitus, but we know from secondary sources that he had a strong bent of mysticism in him. So I don't know, maybe the same holds for Plato.
Yeah, it might be true for Parmenides too. The Pythagoreans were basically a religious cult that really liked math. So yeah.
Like the logicists, religious cult that really likes math.
Yeah, exactly. So where do you think this? I mean, I think this is clearly an S tier book.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's very difficult to argue that this could be anything other than S tier, considering that it just the ripples alone.
Yeah, the historical impact, the range of topics that he's able to cover, the complexity of the arguments that he's able to give. One of the things that I think makes it harder for undergrads to read it is that the arguments seem very straightforward when they're presented as a dialogue, but formalizing them and trying to see where they lead is incredibly difficult because there's so much going on in the background too. I mean, I would say the easiest S tier.
Yeah,
maybe.
And I always like reading the Republic with the Meno as well, which might be controversial, but I think that the kind of education, the kind of mini educational project he does with Meno works really well as a sort of as a parallel to the grand educational project in the Republic. I quite like that as a parallel.
What do you think of the theory? Well, we know that Glaucon and I think Adeimantus too are actually Plato's brothers.
Yeah, I knew Glaucon. I knew that. I didn't know about Adeimantus.
I think Adeimantus is too. I'd have to check, but Glaucon clearly is. And there is a historical theory that Glaucon joined the 30 tyrants.
Really? Oh, okay.
And, yeah, or at least like worked with them. And Socrates famously doesn't obey orders from the 30 tyrants, and that there's a bit of almost like a family agenda in the Republic that Plato is basically showing his brothers why they were stupid.
That's so
this
cool.
Is, there's a part where I think Glaucon says that Adeimantus seems very oligarchic, like he would be the oligarchic man, and then Socrates is like, not quite. It's almost like an insult. He's like not even quite good enough to be oligarchic.
Oh yeah, that's kind of brutal. I love the Republic as family drama.
yeah, right. Because Glaucon's clearly the smarter of the two. He's the more, and they're both clearly smarter and more philosophical than Thrasymachus. Because Thrasymachus won't even engage in the arguments. And
there's like a 3-line exchange where Socrates immediately shows that he's being inconsistent, and then he's rage quits the dialogue.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, book 1 reads a little bit more like an early dialogue, where there's like a philosophical problem presented, and then it's a little like Euthyphro, where Euthyphro basically, he rage quits. He just says, I don't have time for this. And I'll just leave. And then that's kind of what Thrasymachus does. And then book 2 starts with like Glaucon and Adeimantus being like, well, hold on a minute, there's more to say. and then it just kind of picks up the story. I don't know if I buy that it was written earlier. Some people say that. But it does kind of have the structure of an early dialogue that then goes into something much, much longer, because many of the early dialogues too are very short. You can read Euthyphro in an hour. You can read the Republic in a week.
And also, I remember, at least, I mean, it's been a long time, and my timeline for Plato's dialogues is not entirely out of order, but from what I remember, the early dialogues also tend to end on a much more questioning note. Like, I don't remember there being as much theory giving in earlier dialogues. There's a bit more of an upspeak at the end of the dialogue.
Yeah. I think about the timelines, let's talk about that. Frederick Copleston in his History of Philosophy says that if you don't have a timeline for Plato's dialogues, you just can't read Plato. It would be impossible.
Well, that is a roast of me, because I have a vague idea.
Well, it's a problem for everybody, because I think at the time when he was writing, mid or early 20th century, they were much more confident about the timeline of the dialogues. And I think there's a more skepticism about which dialogues. We know some of them are early. We know some of them are late. But the idea that we could come up with a real chronology of the dialogues is I think considered more scholars are more skeptical.
I mean, it's what's nice about the Aristotle comment on the relationship between the laws and the Republic is that you get to confidently say, right, the laws is a development. This is something that's grown out of earlier thoughts.
Yeah. So there's a partial ordering where we know that some come later than others, but there are lots of ties because we just don't know where to place them. And we can maybe come up with groups. I remember people will analyze the Greek to look for certain grammatical techniques or grammatical things that Plato only does after a certain point. And they say, well, that tells us some grouping. But I mean, that's how hard it is. Like that's how hard it is to actually place those dialogues.
But yeah, I think this is a solid S tier, and I think that's probably the most confident we'll be.
Yes. Well, the second book I have for us is The Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle, which I have said on record is my favorite work of philosophy. It's probably the work of philosophy that I've read the most.
Because I think that it probably is the work of philosophy that I've read the most. I'm not sure if I call it my favorite, but I have called it the most useful work of philosophy ever. Yeah. In that if somebody wants something to just, you get the classic thing of, how would philosophy benefit me? And just like, Nicomachean Ethics, written over 2,000 years ago. And there's not a single paragraph in it where you won't get something out of it.
Yeah. And I think for a lot of people too, when they get into philosophy, the thing they most are thinking about is ethics. They're concerned with like what would it mean to be a good person. Those are some of like the first philosophical questions you're ever going to encounter. Is like, am I living a good life? What would it mean to live a good life? Am I a good person? What is goodness? And the Nicomachean Ethics just starts there. Every art and every inquiry is said to aim at some good, and you're like, oh, okay, great. Like, I now know. Like, I now at least have like a starting point. Yeah, I think I've read this book maybe 8 times at this point.
Oh yeah, that's a few more than I think. I've probably read it like about 5 times. I used to read it every year just because it's just so lovely, and it's also I think it's pretty readable as well. Like, it's very clearly laid out, especially for Aristotle, because metaphysics. His metaphysics, I think, is actually a very, very difficult work to read.
Yeah.
And I think that his politics is quite difficult. And I think that rhetoric probably sits in between those two camps. But, the Nicomachean Ethics is just such a pleasure to read. And I also like it because...
With a lot of Aristotle's works, he doesn't actually state definitive conclusions. Like, when you read the Politics, you're thinking that we're going to get an answer, what is the best regime, in the way that we kind of get that in the Republic. But actually, he just ends up telling you that there are lots of different permissible types of regimes, and then he goes into all the practicalities of how to make them better or how to transition them. And it's almost like a taxonomy rather than a philosophical treatise about the ideal way to live, which I think is actually representative of Aristotle's philosophical approach. It's much more empirically grounded. It's much more based on observations in history. Aristotle writes the Constitution of Athens, right, as like a work of political science. There are supposedly like 60 other constitutions that he wrote that we don't have. Though most people admit that Aristotle's students probably wrote a lot of those because he couldn't have possibly written all 60. And in the metaphysics, you even sometimes get to multiple conclusions that when you think about them, don't always sit nicely together. And it sort of leaves you in this state of questioning, which I think is fine for a philosophical work. But with with the ethics, with the Nicomachean Ethics, you understand what virtue is. You understand what the best form of life is going to be. You understand the role of friendship. You understand the role of contemplation. All of that is in the ethics, and it's fairly definitively stated. And there's a lot less of that sort of style that Aristotle loves, which is like, now if we suppose, X, and we were to suppose Y, and perhaps we were to consider Z, then it would follow that. And then you realize, like, did he ever discharge the assumptions?
Yeah. I've had that with a lot. I find that with Nietzsche as well. So many of Nietzsche's aphorisms begin with perhaps, or if you will grant. And you think, yeah. So do you grant, Friedrich? Or do you not grant?
Yeah, exactly. And I do think I have this theory about reading philosophy that when philosophers do that, it's actually really good for you, because it means that you can't just reduce the book down to like a list of bullet point conclusions and then pretend to understand it. It requires that you start thinking with them. And so when they do that, I'm like, that's actually really useful. And I think we'll talk about Nietzsche later, of course, but I think for Nietzsche, part of Nietzsche's project is just like shaking you out of all of your assumptions. So doing a lot of these perhaps and going in conflicting directions is a way of like unsettling you. And I think that's useful. But when you're first reading philosophy, when you just want to try to understand it, and you need to figure out like, what are arguments? How do I understand premises and conclusions? And the Nicomachean Ethics is one of those classic works that I think you could hand to an enthusiastic high schooler, and certainly an enthusiastic undergrad, and they would at least get quite a bit out of it.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I agree with that. There's something that I really like about the Nicomachean Ethics as well, partly because of its contrast with how we often approach moral and what we would call ethical problems today, is that Aristotle very closely links good, like morality and well-being, or ethics and well-being. That's something that we spend a lot of time arguing about what the right thing to do in and of itself is. And for Aristotle, it's so closely linked to what is eudaimonic and what will help us get closer to this state. I think that's just a very nice insight, and also a contrasting insight to how we often approach moral issues today, I suppose, by asking, what's good out there in the world. And Aristotle sort of, again, I mean, you could call it bringing the question down to earth if you wanted, but I think it's just sort of trying to connect a very early form of psychology to a very early form of ethics. And I like those fields when they're nestling into each other a bit.
Yeah, I mean, one of the questions that's going to arise again and again throughout philosophical history is just why be moral? It's the question in the Republic. Sidgwick has to write a whole book about this and basically says that I can't convince the egoist to become moral. The utilitarians have to try to ground this in just the fact that everybody cares about pleasure, so that's the best we can do. But I think for Aristotle, he's saying you want to be good because it's actually your own flourishing. And it turns out in pursuing your own flourishing, you're also doing an awful lot for other people. And you're actually, some of the virtues seem a little strange to us now. Everyone will enumerate the cardinal virtues, but the cardinal virtues are absent in Aristotle. I mean, all four of them appear, but he doesn't give a list of the cardinal virtues. He never says these are the four most important ones. And in fact, he never even says that his list of virtues is comprehensive.
I think he goes out of his way to say that it's not, doesn't he? Basically says, I could go on, but I won't.
Yeah. And there are even virtues which he admits don't have names yet, and that we have to like come up with them as he analyzes them. They're not in ordinary speech. And there's one really interesting part of the Nicomachean Ethics, which is the discussion of justice, where it's the only virtue that isn't given the analysis of two vices, and then where justice sits in the middle. You have injustice, but that's just the negation of justice. You don't have this analysis. So it's even him perhaps saying that like the methodology I've employed throughout the rest of this book might break down a little bit.
But again, I feel like that's another, I would call it a favorable contrast between Aristotle and Plato, but it's definitely a contrast in that Aristotle seems very, very willing to say, oh, this isn't a law for all time and all cases. This is a really good, what we might now call a strong rule of thumb, but it might have exceptions. I mean, even the contrast between almost the whole rest of the book and the section on contemplation strikes me as, again, it's another sort of a contrast that brings out the ongoing ability to question the frameworks that you're presented with all the way up to the end of the Nicomachean Ethics. And then suddenly you've got this relatively new idea of contemplation as the good life, which, it's not that it contradicts everything that's gone before, but it's definitely novel and seems to, at the very least, be a little bit in tension with the very socially engaged, eudaimonic, average non-philosophical citizen almost that we've been presented with up until the very end of the work.
And he actually will revisit that exact tension at the end of the Politics. Because then he goes into the Politics, and I think one way of understanding the Politics is that you get the Nicomachean Ethics. It's basically giving you a view of what it means to be a good individual. But by the time he gets to friendship, he's saying, well, it can't be done alone. And then he has to admit, but it's not just done in pairs either. He says that, in the Nicomachean Ethics, he says that it would be better to say that human beings are coupling creatures than rational creatures or political creatures. But then the Politics is like, but wait, we form couples, we form families, we form tribes. All of these then have their end in the polis, in the city. And then you have to ask this question of how do you live the contemplative life, like a leisurely life, in a city that we must have. It is essential. And then he has to try to make sense of how can you even have the contemplative life there too, or is the political life actually the best life? Because politics being the highest art is also said at the beginning of the Nicomachean Ethics.
Statesmanship, and I find that really, really fascinating. And again, I think it touches on a very, very recurring tension in philosophy, which is I like to call it the tension between social advance and social retreat, but that's not like a very technical term for it. I just sort of that kind of do I a la Montaigne retreat into my philosophical castle and attempt to embrace a fully contemplative life, or is it should I embrace sociality as a thing that I'm going to attempt to do most ethically and best? And of course, I think most philosophers fall somewhere down the middle. I think the thing that I like about Aristotle is I'm not like 100% sure that he ever really comes down or like resolves that tension satisfactorily. Sometimes I get the sense reading him that he has two quite contrasting pictures of the good life. and they never quite come together. But I think that it's one of the marks of Aristotle's brilliance as a philosopher is that he is quite happy to sit with these tensions rather than attempting to kind of bash out a neat solution that probably wouldn't work anyway.
Yeah, the way we write philosophy papers now is like there's a problem. I will now give my theory of the problem. I will then address objections. And then at the end of the paper, you should be certain that the conclusion is true. That's how we're even taught to write those papers. But Aristotle doesn't do that. It's actually a little bit similar. I spent a lot of time in the linguistics department when I was getting my PhD. And I've noticed that the way that they do papers, it's very common for the last section of a semantics paper to be long and to talk about all of the problems with the theory that was just presented. Like, it's like, I have accounted for this data in a way that the old theory did not. Here are 7 problems with my analysis. And it's a much more like iterative and almost communal way of doing inquiry, where it's like saying, now, hey, interested graduate student, I just gave you a dissertation if you really wanted to. And it also seems more honest. And I think that partly comes from the fact that Aristotle is more principally a biologist and like a scientist who then sees the philosophical project as an extension of doing science, rather than a pure philosopher like Plato, who then sees maybe giving a scientific picture of the world as a consequence of your philosophical musings. And when it's more of a bottom up approach to doing philosophy rather than a top down approach. And with top down approaches, you get these nice first principles and everything starts to look very neat and orderly. And then you wonder if it actually makes sense in the world. And with these bottom up approaches, you get lots of disparate observations and theories that try to generalize over them. And then you wonder, but would any of those generalizations hold fully generally? And I think that's just all over Aristotle.
Yeah. And I suspect they probably won't hold totally generally, but I don't think that diminishes their quality as generalizations. I don't need everything to be axiomatic. I like axiomatic systems to be axiomatic, but everything else can be a little bit grayer for me.
I think this is a contrast between you and me.
Really?
You're like totally fine with being a pragmatist. and I like secretly hope Hegel is right and we can just give a full picture of the world through like reason itself.
It would be very nice. And I'm totally open to the idea. And I am attracted to the idea emotionally. I think that if that happens, it will have to emerge from solving lots of disparate tensions. And I suspect that we'll end up with something a little bit more pluralistic. But I don't know. I hope that you're right.
Yeah, I mean, because then philosophy still has a job. I think you told me a story about that once.
Oh yeah, no, this was when I was at a seminar, and this was when I was like 19, and I was giving an argument that I didn't then recognize as a classic sort of Peircean pragmatist argument. I can't remember what it was about. It might have been about belief. And I was giving a deeply dispositionalist account of it, or one at least that was inseparable from behavioral dispositions. And one of the people running the seminar said, "Well, Joe, if you had your way, we'd all go home." And I do still occasionally get that, because I maybe have less. I go back and forth on this. I probably have less patience for metaphysics than a lot of philosophers, but I've become more and more convinced that metaphysics might be able to be justified as psychologically efficacious, as kind of like a thing that even if we're not discovering grand metaphysical truths, I've become more and more fond of metaphysics as facilitating certain psychological attitudes. And maybe we'll come on to this when we talk a little bit about Stoicism, because I don't believe in Stoic metaphysics, and neither do you. And we've both talked a fair amount about the connection, but what's left of Stoic ethics when you discharge Stoic physics, or what we now call Stoic metaphysics. And that kind of got me thinking about, metaphysics as the psychological facilitation of certain behavioral or dispositional states is a way of approaching metaphysics. I'm not sure that's a way that people would like, but
yeah, we'll talk about that in just a moment, because we're about to get to a work of Stoicism, but we have to rank. We have to rank the Nicomachean Ethics.
I mean, I think it's S tier, but I feel like I'm so biased.
Yeah, I think it's S tier as well. Easy choice, most comprehensive. it's remarkable how comprehensive it is as an ethical work so early on in the history of philosophy.
Yeah.
Too, because one of the views of historical progress is just that we're able to become more comprehensive as we separate out issues and we can address them. But just how thorough he is, and then how useful I found it too. I wouldn't have read it 8 times if I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was
phenomenal.
that great.
And I think that, again, this is another point of agreement between us. I think that Aristotle is due for, or Aristotelian ethics is due for revival in the same way that Stoic ethics had a revival a few years ago. I think that this is...
Yes, this was a thing I just wrote about. I just wrote an article about this. I'll link it down below about Stoicism, where I basically said all of the problems I have with Stoicism are either solved by becoming more Aristotelian or more Nietzschean.
Yes, I mean...
And that's sort of the classic choice that I think we're still faced with.
I think that Aristotle's ethics, for me, like among ancient ethical systems, is just fantastic for saying virtue is not the sole good. I just think that's just brilliant. And we all kind of know that a bit. Like, we know that it's very difficult to be eudaimonic if you're currently being whipped. Like, that kind of thing that, well, I mean, unless you're a particular kind of person, I suppose. But like, for most of us, that's going to be quite hard. And Aristotle just says that in a way that I think that a lot of Stoicism ties itself in knots trying not to say that, when it strikes me that would be much more parsimonious to just say, no, this is a thing that Aristotle was right about. And I think, but then the question is, if you get rid of virtue as the sole capital G good of Stoicism, putting aside preferred indifference for a second, then like what's left of Stoicism that isn't Aristotle with a tiny bit of Plato like lobbed in there for spice?
Well, let's just go straight into it then. We've already basically started the discussion, because the third book is Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. You know, this is this is the best-selling philosophy book probably in the last 20 years. I mean, people love this book. I've read it twice, and I do like it. I do like the Meditations, but I'm more negative about the Meditations than I am about either of the books we've discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's nearly as good as the Republic and the Nicomachean Ethics. I also don't think that Marcus Aurelius would claim that it is. You know, this is sort of it's a very different type of work. I really dismissed it when I first read it, actually, in an incredible act of hubris. I sort of read it and I thought, oh, I don't know if I buy this, and just kind of put it aside. And then I went back to it with the recent companion to Marcus Aurelius's Meditations that's been released by John Sellers this year, and I basically try and read everything that he puts out on Stoicism because I just love his work. And that really, really helped. It really gave me a new appreciation for certain idiosyncrasies in Marcus Aurelius's thought, like the providence or atoms argument, which is where at a number of points Marcus Aurelius asks the question, well, what would hold of my view if I didn't have this appeal to providence? And I think that's a really interesting question for the modern Stoic to ask. And even though Marcus Aurelius does probably believe in providence, or did probably believe in providence, he comes away from these arguments with effectively saying, well, parts of Stoic ethics can be saved, but not all of it can be saved. It's often recounted as, oh, well, we don't need Stoic physics because of the providence or atoms argument. And I don't think that works, because Marcus Aurelius often comes away saying something like his use of it regarding death, for example. He says, well, if there is... Let's
pause for a second. Let's pause for a second and go back and talk about providence.
Oh,
just to make sure everyone knows what we're talking about. And then I want to hear this. Because, so in the Stoic metaphysical view, they would have called it physics, but let's say metaphysics here. The universe is rational and orderly. They sometimes talk about God. Marcus Aurelius calls the universe the eldest goddess at one point. They will sometimes talk about just the universe or the cosmos, and sometimes the logos. And this is just this. It's too easy for us to read it in Christian terms, just because that's where we encounter a lot of those. But that's not quite right. It's a little bit closer to what Heraclitus or Parmenides might have meant when they talked about the logos as just the universe is rational. But what a consequence of it being rational is that it's always working toward the good. So the universe will constantly go toward the good. And then at various points in the Meditations, Marcus Aurelius will say, even things that appear bad to us, like death, are in fact good, because one of the things that the universe needs is to swap out the parts and the components over time. And so actually dying will be good. And anything that's good, he says, anything that's good for the whole is good for the part. He makes a reference to a beehive at one point to talk about this. Anything that's good for the beehive must be good for the bees. Now that seems to us fallacious. It seems based on a weird view of providence. And one thing I've argued, in an article about this, is that when you give up on providence in Stoic ethics, some of those arguments no longer work. And so whatever you have, like a providenceless Stoicism, could still be called Stoicism. I don't care if people still call it Stoicism. This is one thing people, I think, took me to mean, was like, oh, Jared is saying that the modern Stoics aren't Stoics. I don't, that seemed like a purely verbal dispute to me, and a purely terminological one. And I think it's also fair to say that the Roman Stoics were already changing things compared to the Greek Stoics.
Well, they focus much less
fine.
on Stoic logic, for example. I mean, Chrysippus writes these enormous tracts on Stoic logic, and that's, as a tradition, seems to be so much less popular in the imperial Stoics. Yes,
and the sage basically disappears. By the time you have Musonius Rufus, who is my favorite of the Roman Stoics, that's sort of, I guess, like the niche pick to seem, not like the other guys. But he's basically a cynic in his ethics because he thinks you should spurn wealth completely. They're no longer preferred indifference. And what they mean by preferred indifference, right, are things that are conducive to virtue and thus we prefer them, but they aren't actually good in themselves. So there'd be things like health or noble birth or wealth. And my view of this is basically that the Aristotelian account of things like preferred indifference is just better. They are good. They are just also, they are not the only goods, and you should still be virtuous. Like that I think that's just, like you said earlier, it's a more parsimonious account. And that the Stoics have to kind of tie themselves into knots to make sense of this category.
Yes, yeah.
While sometimes saying, but actually, strictly speaking, it doesn't matter.
Well, exactly, yeah. And I think that it creates a lot of confusion when people are learning about Stoicism. It creates a lot of confusion when I was learning about Stoicism, because it's very difficult to work out what the place of these preferred indifference are. I just think, I just think that they never came up with a great justification for preferred indifference. I think that that actually the most tenable form of Stoicism is a kind of cynicism, and that the preferred indifference thing is, you can have it. I just think that it's probably the less philosophically tenable version of Stoicism, because I think that it's, I'm not saying it's an outright contradiction. It's definitely an internal tension.
Exactly. I at one point I wanted to just say, look at the two words that you put next to each other: indifferent and preferred. And to be indifferent means that you do not prefer them. And that's too easy of an argument just based on like the words we've given to it. And I don't think they contradict themselves. I think that's right. But the question is just like, why would you admit the category into your theory of the good life? And it's just easier to say they are good, but they are derivative goods, or they're just lesser goods than virtue.
Yeah, I think derivative goods is by far the best way to incorporate them. Just they will allow you to do more virtue in whatever way you take that to mean. I also think that the Stoicism, I think, sometimes gets very constrained by its, monist picture of the soul. To contrast with the part picture of the soul we looked at with Plato earlier, the Stoics think that emotions are judgments, or are faulty judgments, effectively. And I think that this is another thing that just ties up Stoicism in knots that isn't necessary. But if you abandon it, you kind of abandon one of the things that makes Stoicism distinct, as opposed to, a whole heap of other ancient schools.
Yeah, when Epictetus says that our emotions are up to us, what he means, it's just an elaboration on the claim that our judgments are up to us.
Yes, yeah.
Because to have an emotion about something is to make a value judgment about that, which is actually from Chrysippus. So he was actually getting this from the ancient Stoics. And it would mean like, oh, you're sad about this? It's because you wrongly assess that it is bad.
Yeah, and there's something in that. I just don't think that there's as much in it as the Stoics seem to argue.
Yeah, but let's go back to the providence or atoms argument.
Yes. So the interesting thing is
because Marcus Aurelius tries to get around this problem.
Yeah, I've heard people reference the providence or atoms argument to counter the need for there to be a close link between Stoic physics and Stoic ethics. But I think that a close reading of what Marcus Aurelius says reveals that he doesn't get everything out of Stoic ethics, as everything out of a non-Stoic physics that he would like, but he just gets some of the way. So again, talking about death, he makes the very argument you just gave about how if Stoic physics is true, you have a positive case for welcoming death and almost rejoicing in it, enjoying it in a weird way.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
Seneca calls dying a duty.
Yeah, and that positive picture of death is not the same as what he gets under the atoms version, whereby he just says, oh, well, I guess it's just indifferent then. He sort of gives a relatively similar point to Epicurus, which is that, where death is, I am not, and where I am, death is not. He just kind of says, well, it's inevitable and it's going to happen. And he also, perhaps the most interesting part of it is he sort of says, well, if I'm just atoms, then the world is kind of undignified anyway, so I don't really want to be a part of it, which is, I think, a very different judgment to I should welcome death because it's part of my duty to the universe and it is good for me in as much as I am part of this pantheistic superstructure. I think, that's a very, very different conclusion. And I think, you can get some of Stoic ethics out without Stoic physics, but I don't think it's very much.
Yeah. And then I said earlier that you kind of are faced with a choice where you can have Aristotle, and I think Aristotle basically gives you the resources to sort of naturalize teleologies. You don't need the universe providentially working to have teleologies. He thinks it's just part of biology. Or you get Nietzsche. So in the gay science, that's where we get one of the first statements of what you might think of eternal recurrence. And basically, a demon approaches Nietzsche, or he says, imagine a demon. It says to you that you will have to experience this life again and again and again and again and again. And Nietzsche says that you do need to choose actually to affirm that. You shouldn't rail against it. But he also calls it the heaviest burden. And so the concept that we associate with Nietzsche here is amor fati, the love of fate. But that is a different view. It's a different view where it says actually the strong choice is to affirm whatever happens to you, even if you must do it over and over again. In Zarathustra has to come to terms with this and then learn to love it. But that's a different thing than saying the universe is always working toward the good, and therefore all the putatively bad things that happen to me are actually good. It's actually rather saying there's no point in resisting, and so now I will affirm the whole. I will affirm the whole universe, and then I will just operate within it.
Yeah, I think that I remember us talking about this on a call. I think that the best way to justify some form of Stoic physics on a post-Stoic physics view is to take something like what Neymas argues Nietzsche is arguing, where he says that we should drop the distinction between essential and accidental properties, and in as much as that's the case, everything becomes necessary in order for any one thing to happen. And then if you affirm one thing, you affirm everything. And that's a little bit, you get a flavor of the part-whole justification there. But it's conditionalized now. It's not something that falls out of the world. It's something that still has to be willed, which is very Nietzschean, but not quite as Stoic.
And plausibly, the virtues are going to be different.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So Nietzsche, this might be controversial, but one day I will defend it in a video. Nietzsche is a virtue ethicist of sorts. They're just very, very, very different virtues.
Right. Okay. I am increasingly of the opinion that various parts of Nietzsche that he calls the same thing are best treated as slightly different things. So I don't know. Are you talking about the kind of the sort of evaluative dimension to the will to power, the kind of affirming the overcoming of resistance? Because that, I think,
Yeah. So basically what I mean is that there are these going to be sort of laudable character traits that come along with that. But they are different than courage, prudence, moderation. They aren't the same virtues at all. And basically his meta-philosophical and his metaphysical picture of the world lead him to reinterpret it, in the reevaluation of values, with the will to power, making all this make sense. The Overcoming of Nihilism. I know you and I are both huge fans of that Bernard Regenster book.
Oh, it's fantastic.
So Nietzsche has a virtue theory, but it's nothing like classical virtue theory. Yeah. That's me going out on a limb about Nietzsche.
I think you kind of have to go out on a limb a bit with Nietzsche because, again, he's sort of lots of perhapses, lots of thought experiments, and sometimes elsewhere he will write something that indicates that he does affirm something that he's previously only said perhaps about. but you're never quite sure. And, and the other thing about Nietzsche, I think, is that actually his thought changes pretty substantially over time, but he does not acknowledge this in the slightest. He just plows onwards.
Not at all. And he also is writing in very different genres throughout. This is one of the points that Alexander Nehamas makes in Nietzsche, Life as Literature, that's really useful, because everyone says, like, Nietzsche wrote in aphorisms. Well, that's true sometimes, but he wrote essays, he wrote parables,
poems.
He wrote poems. Like, he's doing all of these different things, and plausibly, you might try to express the same idea in ways that seem contradictory in different genres. So it just makes the interpretation of Nietzsche as like a systematic thinker, and I do think there is some systematicity to him, really, really difficult. Unlike, say, Spinoza, which is just it's a system, because I've laid out the axioms, I've laid out the rules.
He really wants you to know it's a system.
Exactly. He wants you to know it's a system. Before we rank the meditations, though, let's ask ourselves, why do you think the meditations became so popular over the last 20 years? Because I think people don't realize 100 years ago, no one was reading the I mean, some people did, sure, that it existed, but if you try to look for printings of the meditations from before 1970 or something, they're usually old, obscure library copies.
It is, it's a sudden burst in popularity. I think part of it is that there's something quite alluring about reading, almost despite Stoicism itself, something quite alluring about reading the journal of a Roman emperor, and actually the social status of the Roman emperor, I think, is doing a lot of unstoic heavy lifting there. Also, I think the fact that it's a journal, I think the fact that it's structured in quite short paragraphs, it's very light on argumentation, and the arguments are often as much as you would write if you had 5 minutes to scribble something down in your notebook before, I don't know, you go and slaughter some Germans. Sorry, Germans. But so I think that a lot of it is in kind of quite digestible chunks. I think the fact that it repeats itself quite a lot is also kind of a bonus, because especially if you're encountering these ideas for the first time, you might want to hear something twice or 3 or 4 times over the course of reading the book. And it's also, I think, shorter, and it's much easier to digest than the discourses. I'm surprised that the Enchiridion didn't have a similar burst in popularity, because that's only 30 pages. And I love the Enchiridion. Yeah, and it's much more systematic.
The Enchiridion is great. Yeah, there is, though. I mean, I've only read him in translation, so I haven't read the Greek. But there are lines in the Meditations that stick with me. Once you read them once, just this simple phrase: "Stand straight, not straightened." And you go, this statement of live virtuously by your own principles rather than being forced upright by some external circumstance. It's when Emerson references the Stoics and self-reliance. He says that, Stoicism reminds young men that they are not willows in the wind. And I think that is part of the strength of the Meditations. It tells you actually a lot of stuff is in your power, and people really like to hear that. They really like to hear it. And, I think it's a message actually a lot of people need to hear. Is that even in the face of real strife, real oppression, real evil, there's a lot that's within your power. And Stoicism just very conveniently says this. In fact, Stoicism says all that matters is within your power.
And I wouldn't go that
might be too far. Yeah. I wouldn't go that far, right? But it's what it says, and it's a very empowering message, which might explain just why Stoicism was able to take off so much, and then the Meditations just puts it so it's very raw.
Yeah.
Too. And people like the fact that Marcus Aurelius, they like the fact that Marcus is lamenting how he doesn't want to leave his bed.
Yeah, or how he wants saying that, I'm going to go to work and everyone else is going to irritate me.
Yeah. Every time I do my emperor stuff, people are plotting against me. What am I to do? And you realize you just go and do good. That's the conclusion that we want to hear. Of course, then there's all those problems that you and I talked about at the beginning. What is the justification for the particular course of action that he's going to take? And I also think sometimes Marcus just gets things flat out wrong. I think retreating to the inner citadel, he says, that it's always possible through an act of the will. And wanting to retreat to the seaside for contemplation is nothing could be more unphilosophical. And I actually think it's a very philosophical impulse to want to retreat, and that sometimes just entering the inner citadel, I would say, is impossible if your certain external circumstances like prevent you from doing so. But of course, that's very unstoic of me.
Well, yeah, exactly. That would be acknowledging that your inner state can be affected by things that you really ought to be indifferent to, you know. But I just think that that's a sort of untenable empirical claim. I think that evidently we can.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Tell me if you agree. I think it's a C tier book.
Really, I was going to say B tier, but I'm happy for C tier. I think that
so I was between C and D.
Wow. Okay, I was between B and C, so I was erring on C. But then again, I know that I am sort of I have a cognitive bias in favor of positivity. So really, C is probably where I ought to be.
And of course, keep in mind, it's like ranking philosophical classics. So, you know, a C tier philosophical classic is still a philosophical classic.
Yes.
But yeah, I think it's C, just because the arguments aren't that robust. And it can be more misleading than it is edifying sometimes. Like, it can lead you to believing certain philosophical positions, but you didn't get there rationally, actually. That's kind of the irony of the Meditations. It was not an exercise in Stoic logic. And I think that's its biggest weakness. Yeah. Okay, fourth book. And we'll have to go a little bit faster, or else this is going to be
I was thinking that we're covered sort of 3 books in 20 minutes.
It's been more than 20 minutes.
Oh, sorry, it's covered 3 books in 60 minutes. It's been 20 minutes per book.
Yeah. So we're looking at a 10-hour video at this point. And I think that's a little too long. So we'll go a little bit faster on these. The next one's Augustine's Confessions.
You will know so much more about this than I do, because I've read it as a sort of interested and a kind of agnostic interested in the history of Christianity, and I really enjoyed it. And I did really enjoy the beginning of his analysis of Genesis. I thought that was fantastic, and I kind of wonder whether he meant to finish that, like do sort of a full analysis of at least a significant proportion of biblical texts using that lens. I really enjoy it.
You get the time stuff too. I mean, I love the Confessions for a few reasons. One, I think it's just really beautiful. It's a really well written book. There's a reason that Augustine could be so influential, in part just because he's very fun to read. The second part is that the book is one part philosophical treatise, but most of the philosophical treatise is near the end of the book. And then another part of it is just his entire life. It's just telling the story of his entire life. And then also tying that into his conversion to Christianity out of Gnosticism and the historical features about talking about Gnosticism, because we don't have many Gnostic texts. So we learn about, and it turns out one of our biggest sources for ancient Gnosticism is Augustine, because people want to presume that he knows what he's talking about because he was a practicing Manichaean. At the same time, we also know that there are dangers learning about schools of thought through their critics, especially through people who left.
Yes, I mean, I think that I really like the Confessions for a number of reasons. For me, I really like its candidness, especially in the first couple of books, where he's sort of saying, yeah, I believe in God, but I almost don't quite know what I mean by that. And I think that's just a wonderfully candid thing to say in one of the most influential theological works ever. Because I remember when, I was agnostic and looking at argument, quite often thinking, like, but I'm not quite sure what's being picked out here. And the two routes that I find most satisfying to kind of think about this question, one is the Augustine route, where you just sit with the tension, and the other is a kind of mystical traditional route, going in through a mystic of some description and thinking, okay, there's a sort of a non-propositional, ineffable relation going on here. Maybe that's a way to conceptualize it. I don't know.
Yeah, you're an agnostic, is that right?
Yes, yeah.
Or I'm a theist. I'm Eastern Orthodox, and so I have this kind of stake in it. But at the same time, if people ask me for like rational arguments that led me to that, I don't have them actually. And so what I've really seen as like my philosophical project personally, doesn't really happen in public, is like I'm kind of in this. Can I make philosophical sense of it now that I'm in it? It's sort of like making philosophical sense of it from the inside rather than from the outside. And so for that reason, like Augustine's just very relatable. because he's like, I don't know what this means. And like when he reads Genesis, he's like, what do you mean God spoke the world into existence? Time didn't exist yet, and speech takes time. And so he has to like give this incredibly thorough explanation that goes straight into Neoplatonism, basically. That it's and then we get the theory of time. Actually, this kind of moving spotlight picture of time is what we'd call it in the contemporary philosophy of time. That sort of all that really exists is like the precise moment here. But then the problem with the moving spotlight theory is that it means you're always kind of experiencing things in hindsight, and so the role of memory becomes huge for Augustine. And then it's like self-mediation. I actually only know myself through my memories of myself.
Yeah, which is,
and it's just like this really raw sense of he almost feels alienated from everything.
Yeah,
and he has to try to make sense of it.
I love Augustine's sheer diligence in making a philosophy that's incredibly sophisticated and I think pretty well argued in order to accommodate this revelation of faith. I think that if you were to have like mystics at one end of a spectrum and Thomas Aquinas at the other, I think that Augustine, for me at least, especially the Confessions, that I've only read bits of the City of God, is sort of takes something really attractive from both camps.
Yeah. Yeah, there are better philosophical works from him probably, where he's sort of like, here are my arguments for these things. But the Confessions just ends up being this like, really amazing book and sort of exploration of what it's like to just try to make yourself believe something. And he's also incredibly intelligent, but even he admits that it wouldn't have happened if he didn't have like a revelation, the Tolo Lege moment.
Yes, yeah. And he later argues against Pelagius, doesn't he? Like I imagine very much drawing from this personal experience of, the Holy Spirit demonstrating God's existence to him in a way that could not simply be deduced from the things that he knew before.
And then even if you didn't want to focus so much on the religious element, I mean, that's basically the book, but the early example of the pairs. So Augustine is basically part of a street gang when he's a street gang of rich kids who go and like disrupt classrooms and like make performances for people, or they like disrupt the theater. And there's this example of them stealing pears. And it's this, he asks himself like, why did I do it? Why? And it's not even because the pears were good. They kind of knew the pears weren't ripe and they ate them and they didn't like them. But like, why did you do it? And he says that I did it because it was wrong, which is a really weird kind of bit of moral psych. Like I did it because it was forbidden. Might be a better way
that kind of allure of transgression, I think, is incredibly, especially considering that this is coming from, the theme of wrongdoing for the past few hundred years in philosophy had been, it's impossible to will something bad that is bad. You will the bad out of ignorance. And then that kind of that psychology of transgression coming in that really I think we haven't learnt to appreciate, until like the Marquis de Sade demonstrated it in such a horribly twisted fashion.
And this ends up being a huge thing for like Freud and Lacan, right? Like, why do you walk on the grass? Because there's a sign that says, don't walk on the grass, right? But Augustine was like peering into the human psyche in a way that Plato didn't in this case. Plato is purely like an intellectualist about this. You will things because you judge them to be good. I think Aristotle more or less agrees with Plato about that. But Augustine's like, No, I don't. Here's an example. I did this because it was bad. I did it because I wanted to transgress. And of course, he's then going to wrap it up in all that Christian stuff about sin and about the effects of like the fall things. But it starts with just like, and even if you don't buy that, like just the psychological observation that we do things because they are forbidden to us is huge. I mean, it's huge. It's revelatory. There's a reason everybody talks about the pairs. And I was talking to a professor who was running a great books program at an American university. And she said the kids loved reading the Confessions. The atheists loved reading the Confessions. Like all of the, like there weren't actually that many like practicing religious people in the program, but they all loved the Confessions. And I was like, oh, even the time stuff? She's like, oh, we didn't read that stuff. We only got to about like book 7. But yeah. It's like, but they basically end with his baptism, I think.
Right.
But it was like, which is a bummer because I think the best stuff is the time stuff. And
the most philosophically sophisticated stuff is definitely at the back.
Yeah, that's where you get really heady, and you kind of like have to read it very slowly. Where the rest of the Confessions is kind of a breeze. But But the pairs, yeah, everyone was like, they loved the pairs. I was like, I get it, man. I can get it. Yeah. So where would you put this in the ranking?
I would put it in A tier. I don't think it's quite Nicomachean Ethics or Republic, but I do think that it's probably my favorite piece of theology. And I'm sure that some people would say that's because it's sort of only half a piece of theology and it's half a piece of this theologically tinged moral psychology. But even so, I just think it's brilliant. But I think that it's significantly less philosophically sophisticated than the Republic or the Nicomachean Ethics.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think A is an easy argument for it.
Yeah,
I could see someone wanting to say it's like B tier because there aren't so many sophisticated arguments for about 6 books.
Yeah.
And maybe some of the stuff we're getting to, some of the criticisms I would raise about the Meditations might also be there. But he then backfills all of like the heavy philosophy. Yeah. And once he starts doing it, you're like, I'm reading a genius.
Yeah.
And, in a way that you never have, like, there isn't one notebook in the Meditations that's like, now here's the philosophy. Like here are the arguments. So I think A is pretty good. We have 2 more works of Christian theology, basically.
Oh,
and then we're going to skip way ahead into like the early modern period. Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy. What do you think of that book?
I really like it, although I don't think that I agree with many of the arguments in it. I'm not massively convinced that the concept of free will that he rescues is all that thick of a concept of free will. But I like it. I like it as a work of literature, probably more than I like it as a work of philosophy, because I think that I just don't agree with all that much. Partly because so much of it is sort of providential. It's almost like somebody mashed Stoicism and Christianity together and made a fantastic work, but one that I don't end up with all that much metaphysically in common with. But I think that it is beautifully written, and I also think that it is. I do come away feeling consoled. So maybe that's a good way of measuring its effect.
Yeah. So in the Consolations of Philosophy, Boethius is basically this disgraced Roman politician who has been wrong. He's been wronged severely, and Lady Philosophy visits him. And this sometimes gets read as a work of Christian theology. I called it that first. There are some people who say actually that it's just Neoplatonism.
I can see the argument for that because it's quite thin on. It's quite thin on Christology. It's very
Yeah. It's not an angel that visits Boethius, and it's not the Virgin Mary, and it's not Christ who visits. It's Lady Philosophy. And Lady Philosophy originally appears to him in tattered clothes, and like her robes are they've lost some of their hue, and it's because people have abandoned real philosophy. And she names the Stoics as one of them. The Stoics think they have the whole of philosophy when in fact they only have a part. And so then it's this kind of so then the book is this question of like, all right, Boethius, like you need to remember what was so great about philosophy in your dying days, because right now what you're sad about is that you're going to die, you've lost your fortune, your family is separated from you, and I'm going to console you. It really is just like this like therapeutic exercise in philosophy. And you're going to remember what's so great about it, and then you can go and die and be happy.
Yeah, and I think that
as a historical complication too, when Boethius was killed, there was a cult around him as a Christian martyr, but it basically died. So he's not like on any church's calendar or anything like that. But there was like a local cult at first that saw him as so I think even the historical record points to like, is this a work of theology, or is it actually just Neoplatonism? Maybe even a Christian basically saying actually the really good stuff is the Neoplatonism.
And I think that part of this is it becomes a blurry line partly because Neoplatonism is then absorbed into Christianity in such a major way that almost like reading something like Boethius, you can come across passages where you think, well, is this Christian? But this also, it's in both camps. I like the elements of pantheism in it. I think that's kind of fun. I like an immanent God, and I think that's in Boethius. Again, I feel like I struggle to get as much out of it.
I'm very personally attracted to pantheism.
I think it's fantastic.
I have to try to reconcile that with I
think my hot take is that pantheism is like by far the most plausible form of theism. I think it's just, yeah. I mean, having said that, I should really read up more on Spinoza if I'm gonna take that position. But I really like the Consolations for largely emotional reasons. But I think that, for example, the arguments around preserving freedom in a world that's governed by God's will, I remember just not being totally convinced by that. I remember thinking that it's a little bit compatibilist, and I quite like compatibilism. My compatibilism is a bit more deflationary. And it sort of seemed like there was an attempt to get quite a thick, near-libertarian conception of free will out of a providentially governed universe in a way that seemed to me to be slightly stronger than the Stoic form of compatibilism, which seems to be a little bit more like, well, it's just how you roll down a hill. Like, that's the metaphor that's given. You've got a particular shape and you roll down a hill. And I don't know. So for me, the philosophical argumentation probably I just didn't find all that convincing, but I did really enjoy it. And I would.
And the poetry is good.
Yeah, the poetry, it's very well written. And I think that and I tend to recommend it as a philosophical book for hard times, because I think that even if the arguments don't work, it has a feel of consolation about it. And also I think that reading it, you do come away slightly reinvigorated in your faith to use your reason to approach emotional problems. And I think that can be a really good thing in and of itself, because the process, I think, is very interesting, and I think has a lot to speak for it, even if the particular conclusions I find a little bit more difficult to affirm.
I think you're basically right about that. I admit I hadn't thought very much about the free will stuff in there, because I personally find free will debates incredibly boring. It's just never been a philosophical topic that I care about.
That's fair. I haven't looked at it properly in ages. I came to this very deflationary compatibilism and sort of thought, yeah, that's fine. I'm convinced of that. And I just didn't revisit it, partly because I think that so little hangs on it.
Yeah. I think that's it. If I found out that any of the major theories of free will were true, nothing in my philosophical system would change. And nothing in my ordinary life would change either. So I kind of view it as like, that might be my most pragmatist inclination.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're getting a little bit pragmatist.
Yeah, I know. I should actually care. And, if I were like a good Hegelian or a good Spinozist, I would actually think this really mattered. But no, I just never have been able to really care. So I think this is a B tier book.
Yeah, I would definitely say that. I think B tier is solidly. Again, it's still highly recommend it, but
yeah. Okay, final work of big Christian Middle Ages stuff. Everyone's probably expecting this. The Summa Theologica by Thomas Aquinas.
When you sent this to me in an email, you said Aquinas' Summa, and I was like, the Gentiles or the Theologica? I don't know which is going to be. It's going to be a toss-up.
No, it's not Summa contra Gentiles, no.
I mean, how much of this have you read? Because I've read about 600 pages, of which I largely remember the first 200. But it's about 2,000 pages long. It's absolutely enormous.
No, I've never read the entire thing. I had this goal once where I was going to read it in Latin, because I had read in this book by Antonin Sertionge, he claims that with 6 months study of Latin, you can read the entire Summa, because because the Latin in the Summa is much more simplified compared to like classical Latin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And there are entire dictionaries actually that are basically like Thomistic Latin. It's like theological Latin, and you can learn it a lot easier. He doesn't use nearly as complicated grammatical constructions.
Right.
And so I thought, this will be a really great way to like make my Latin much better. Would be to read the Summa, and I had bought like the Greek Latin text, and I was going to read it all, and I ended up giving that away to a friend of mine who has much better Latin than me. It's just like, this is at some point it just became a mark of shame.
I mean, Latin, there's just languages are hard.
Yeah, and so it's hard for me to critically evaluate this book because I'm not as familiar with it. But I think even if you just thought about the ways for God, like the arguments for God, it's an incredibly, well, I mean, okay, my view in philosophy is that none of the arguments for God definitively prove what they set out to prove. Like, I am actually kind of a skeptic about all of the arguments, the philosophical arguments for God.
In terms of, you think they don't show the kind of triomni God, or in that you disagree with their particular conclusions?
They certainly don't get you to a triomni God, which I think is actually Aquinas would admit. That actually
he seems to be pretty candid about it.
You're going to get to like the God of the philosophers, basically. And then you're going to, if you want to get the triomni Christian God, revelation is going to be required, or you're going to have to do further arguments down the road. I think that even there, as establishing the kind of God of the philosophers, it becomes, I wouldn't be prepared right now to go through all of my problems with each of those arguments, but it's just like I've never read them and been like, wow, the force of reason now shows me that clearly God exists.
I find I've written I made a video attempting to defend these arguments, partly because I think that although I don't agree with them, I think they are often straw-manned partly because, and that's not necessarily actually anyone's fault so much as it is that they're all in a very short section of the Summa Theologica, and the Summa Theologica is being written under the assumption that the person reading it already knows a lot of Aristotle, because these are for seminary students who are just steeped in this kind of thing all the time. It's often said, this is an introductory textbook into Thomistic theology. And I think, well, yeah, but introductory for a kind of 30-year-old seminarian in the, way back, it's the 13th or 12th centuries. Like that's going to be, they already know so much. It's just absolute experts by today's standards, because just swimming in it.
It's for seminarians who themselves have only read 100 books, and at least 5 of them were Aristotle.
Yes, exactly. And so they're just, they would read sentences about causes, and they already know the difference between a cause per se and a cause per accidens. And that's just like, that's the world that they live in. It's not even they have to think about it. They just know. And I think that makes it quite difficult to read. I think that in terms of influence, I think the 5 ways are obviously very much up there. I don't personally find them convincing, partly because I'm not massively sold on the causal distinction there. I've never quite been able to get a handle on cause per se as a kind of something I can integrate into my worldview.
This is one of the questions that kind of comes up, is like, how recoverable are those arguments if you don't adopt the very large structure of Aristotelian metaphysics?
Yeah, I think I don't think all that much. I think that you can, obviously you can construct first cause arguments, but they're much more along the lines of like the Kalam cosmological argument, which Aquinas argues against kind of hilariously by saying that we can't know by reason that the universe had a beginning. We know it because it's in Genesis, but you wouldn't be able to know it just by natural theological means. And
in fact, Spinoza would say that reason tells you the universe is eternal.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So that's yes, and there's I think that but that's kind of the only thing that you can get if you abandon the Aristotelian backdrop. I think the strongest way to defend this is probably just to make a really strong case for Aristotelian metaphysics. And I think that is how I've seen it argued. Like Ed Feser spends a lot of time defending these positions, and a lot of the time he just spends the first hour of these debates saying, no, here's why Aristotelianism is true. And then saying, well, now you can have the 5 ways. And I think broadly he's right there. Now you can have the 5 ways. I just think defending Aristotelianism is hard. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just difficult.
Yeah. I mean, I think Feser is basically, he is just an Aristotelian.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so.
Or a neo-Aristotelian Thomist. Basically, he is a real Thomist, and so he's like, I buy all the presuppositions of Thomism too, including the Aristotle stuff, and the abandonment of things like final causes has been disastrous for science and for reason and all of this. And so now, with that in mind, here are the 5 ways, and they're clearly valid. I don't think anybody disputes the strict validity of them when you interpret them with the Aristotelian framework.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe some people do, but
I suppose you might be able to wrest something in between the characteristics that Aquinas infers from various arguments. Like you could probably wrest something like personality, for example, from pure actuality. I can't remember if that's one that Aquinas directly argues there or he argues it elsewhere. But you could start to come up with a much less God, an inert God, I suppose. I don't know if is something you can use by itself, but a much more minimal style of God. Even more minimal than God of the philosophers. Because for me, the thing that makes theism so extraordinary and so exceptional is that it is the personal nature of God. That's the thing that really ticks me. I'm if there's necessary beings but they're not willful, I am fine with that. But it just doesn't it doesn't strike me particularly. Like that to me would be, a bit of trivia almost. Whereas a personal necessary being is incredible. That changes the whole axis on which I would live my life.
Yeah. So one interesting thing about the Summa, just thinking about if you were recommending books to people, is that, I could recommend the Confessions to just about anybody and say, even if you are not a theist, you don't care about this stuff, the Confessions is great. I could probably do that with Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy as well, that you will find something in there that's at least interesting. I think for the Summa, though, for Aquinas, it's really more like, are you invested in the sort of Catholic theological project?
Yes, I think that, partly because I think that it will be difficult to maintain a lot of interest if you're not. As I say, I really like Christian intellectual history, but again, I got to page 600 and sort of thought there are another 1,500 pages, and I'm now so in the weeds of things that I disagree with a presupposition 47 propositions ago that I can't justify continuing to read it. But it is very interesting. I like the Summa Contra Gentiles as a slight, because it's just much shorter. And much more argumentative.
You can read some of the natural law stuff about what certain kinds of lying, when is this permissible and things, because he's going to quote the Bible. Yeah. But it's mostly based on like philosophical reflection on teleologies. So maybe if you're prone to that, if you're kind of influenced by Aristotle as well here too, you could find some of that more interesting. But, any long discussion about the nature of angels, or whether the exact philosophy or theology of the Virgin Mary,
the derived necessity versus non-derived necessity just sort of completely loses me a bit.
Yeah. So okay, where would you put this book?
I feel like it's A tier, partly because of the 5 ways, and partly because I feel bad putting it any lower, considering that I only read a quarter of it. So
yeah. If I were going to be more critical, I'd have to read it much more carefully, and so I think A tier is a very safe way to handle this book. Okay, we are now firmly out of the realm of medieval philosophy, and we're going into the modern period. Montaigne's essays, or as we Americans like to say, Montaigne.
I mean, I also say Montaigne. When I say Montaigne, it becomes sort of immediately clear that I am unfit to attempt French pronunciation, and that I should just stick to my horribly vulgarized, anglicized versions.
We'll just say Montaigne, and just everyone else can cringe for us. Right?
I love this book. I think it's brilliant. It's very difficult to make a kind of summative judgment, because it's a collection, so I kind of remember the bits that I like, and I don't remember the bits that I don't like. But for me, my favorite is, I can't remember the exact name, but it's got a horribly clunky title. But it's something like On Finding False Objects for Your Emotional Outbursts. And it's not that, but it's a bit like that. It's very early on in the first book. And I love that because he sort of anticipates Nietzschean and Freudian theories of repression and repressed emotions, and emotions being these and drives being these things that are almost independent of you, seeking to escape and express themselves. And I think that's just incredibly prescient. And obviously, all of I quite like his version of skepticism. I think it cleaves off some of the maybe ironically kind of dogmatic parts of Pyrrhonian skepticism, and ends up with something a little bit more workable for me.
Yeah. He seems to, skepticism becomes almost a kind of, it's a personal habit for him. And, as I find myself being pulled to one definitive judgment, I pull myself back.
Yes. Yeah.
Knowing that further considerations could lead me in another direction. And so all of the essays have this very kind of tentative feel to them. There's very rarely like a definitive thesis that's stated that he then argues for. He's certainly not writing like the 5-paragraph essay. They're these like personal explorations. But they're a total joy to read.
They're wonderful.
They're like so fun. I feel like getting a copy of the complete essays and just reading one a day, or just reading them every once in a while and just making your way through them, is so worthwhile, because you'll be surprised by which parts you actually like. You could go by the titles and say, oh, that seems interesting. But, you should read the Apology for Raymond Sebald.
Yeah. I mean, that's, and also just to write a defense of sort of religious toleration at the height of the wars of religion in Europe is just, again, such a ballsy thing to do. And I think that, and again, I like the fact that stems out of this practice of skepticism. I think that's wonderful. And it's, again, a lovely link between an epistemic theory and a political theory there, to parallel our metaphysics and ethical theories from earlier.
And he kind of starts throughout the essays also will just admit that there's just pluralism in the world. There are many routes to the same object or to the same end. It is one of the essays. That's not the exact title, but it's just starting or moral practices vary so widely. Do we think this is because reason is dictating these, or it's because there's prejudice or there's custom? There's these different ways that lead us to it, and we need to start by the recognition of the pluralism out in the world, which in a way also sort of predates the arguments for liberalism. That there are different conceptions of the good life. And your political theory is going to have to accommodate the fact that not everyone agrees on what the good life is. And if you start with a theory that's this is the good life, now here's the political theory that gets this, you're going to be faced with this problem, which is that a lot of people aren't going to agree with that conception of the good life and thus aren't going to agree with your big, grand political system. And so he's just, it's a really humble work.
Yeah.
Throughout.
He quite often plays with an idea, then critiques it, or just very candidly says, it's just what I reckon, I love the range of topics as well. At one point he's commenting on, ancient military tactics. And I mean, that completely loses me, but it is very interesting. I don't know what he's going on about, but it's very fun to read. And then, then he's talking about the purpose of life is to prepare oneself for death. And then he's talking about the concept of lies. And then he's talking about discharging emotions. Then he's talking about skepticism. It's the kind of the sheer number of topics that he discusses, I think is wonderful. And the way I like to view it is that because he's also so humble, you can pick up an essay on something that you're thinking about. And it's almost like having a really good conversation with a genius who you might not agree with, but you come away thinking, that has definitely developed my own thinking on this.
Yeah. I love the essay on solitude. I love the essay on reading books. And he also will then pepper his essays full of quotations and maxims from other thinkers, but he doesn't go on to say as so-and-so writes in his discourse on such and such. He just throws them in because he's someone else said it better than me. So I'll just put this in. If you get a decent copy of them that'll have the annotations on when he added certain things and the revisions, you'll see that a lot of times he adds those quotations in later revisions as if I've thought about it and then I realized actually, Cicero said it better. So here's just a line from Cicero and it's just in the middle and he just puts it between paragraphs and then he just moves on as if it didn't happen.
And I like the kind of egolessness of the essays. I think this as well. I think this as well. Sort of there are a few philosophers that I read when I find myself getting too big for my boots, and one of them is Montaigne, and the other is Frank Ramsey, because they're both so lovely in how they write, and also both so clearly much cleverer than me. So it's just kind of it's a really kind of get back in your box thing to read.
And then formally too, you just he basically invents the personal essay, which becomes this huge so he's doing weird, he's a literary innovator and also a really interesting philosopher and just someone who's pleasant to read as well. For me, that means I think the case for him being an A tier book.
I was going to say S tier, but I just really like it. But that is as much just bias. I love the way he writes. I love his humility. In as much as I enjoy, his arguments of skepticism and his psychological theories, he's a bit of an idol. He's kind of somebody who I aspire to be dispositionally regarding intellectual pursuits, at least. So maybe that's what nudges the essays into S tier for me.
Yeah, I'm a little torn because, I was going to say, am I being inconsistent? Are the arguments as robust as they need to be for an S tier book? But this is a vibes. This is a vibes.
So, we can only go off vibes.
Yeah, so since we have committed to only doing vibes here, I think I'll agree. And let's just say that this is an S tier book. This is a very top heavy list.
It's very hard because we've chosen these books that we already admire a lot.
Okay, I don't love this book, but I think it's good. Descartes' Meditations.
Oh, I mean, I It's something that Alex O'Connor and I always argue about, because I also am not like an enormous fan of the Meditations. I love it in some ways. I recognize what it did. And I actually prefer the correspondence that's often attached at the end of copies of the Meditations to the Meditations themselves. One of the things that I like about the Meditations is the beginning of the second meditation where he's in despair, because I like that I sometimes use that as an example to say that, philosophical nihilism didn't spring up whole cloth in the 19th century. It was there before, in bits and bobs. But on the whole, I'm not like a massive fan of the argument. I don't really like the cogito argument. I think that it's... I just don't think it follows. And I also think that if it's grasped as an intuition, that's fine. But then I don't think it does the job that Descartes wants it to. And I can come up with a kind of pragmatist version where I reframe it as a hinge proposition and say, well, I assume that I exist because I literally can't get anywhere without assuming that. But then I think you can make similar arguments for the existence of a mind-independent, if mind-framed external world. And then the whole rest of the meditation seems a little bit, like a kind of branch coming off a single trunk.
The problem with the move to hinge propositions is that there are too many hinge propositions. Like once they got introduced, people were like, well, I take as a hinge that God exists. I take as a hinge that moral realism is true. Well, I take it as a hinge that the external world exists. And it seems like what that leads to is a proliferation of different philosophical sort of worldviews, all based on certain hinge propositions, and then just simply no way to adjudicate them.
Yeah, I do worry about that. I'm quite modest with my hinge propositions. I basically, the only one that I have made a positive argument for is a non-mind controlled world exists. Like, not even mind independent, just not something that I can, through pure acts of will, change according to whatever I want. That's as far as I've got with hinge propositions.
Yeah, but it strikes me as like it's very hard to find principled reasons to not accept hinge propositions as soon as someone has put them forward. I think realism about aesthetic value is true because when I encounter art, I have no other way to go. I don't know. How do you argue about that once they start saying that?
I mean, for me, I think that a hinge proposition largely makes sense with a sort of broad dispositionalism about beliefs and desires and that, because without that, I think you do just get this proliferation. Whereas with those, you can kind of think these hinge propositions aren't mental assertions. They are dispositions towards action that I cannot avoid because they're all not necessarily like constitutive of action in a sort of, heavyweight constitutive sense, but just it seems like I have to act as if and then stick a proposition on that. But I think that the kind of, when I say hinge proposition, I sort of basically mean hinge disposition. Because I sort of think, when Descartes says, cogito ergo sum, and I'm trying to reform that as a hinge proposition, what I basically seem to want to say is something like, whenever I am acting as a unit, or at least other people will assign the label of person to me. I think that but I'm actually quite hesitant to use cogito ergo sum as a hinge proposition because I grew up in with a lot of Buddhism in my household, weirdly. So I'm kind of very used to thinking of human beings as not one object. So that's what always struck me about the cogito ergo sum. It's not necessarily that there's this kind of, minimal view of I, but as soon as you start building anything onto it, I become very skeptical.
Yeah, so the recognition that there is thought, and I think, therefore I am, also kind of, it's a foundation of sorts on your reading. But it's not going to be a clear and distinct idea from which we can then rationally deduce all of these things, getting all the way back up to God.
No, absolutely not. But I just don't think that Descartes gets there either. I think that the trademark argument's fun. I think it's really cool. And it's nice because it's an ontological argument that isn't Anselm's. And this idea of, how do we get this idea of God? It seems like we couldn't have assembled it from anywhere else. I don't think it works, but I do think it's interesting.
Yeah. My view of Descartes is that all of the good stuff in Descartes is in Spinoza, and none of the bad stuff of Descartes is in Spinoza. So it's not that it's that Descartes that Spinoza sees the emphasis on clear and distinct ideas and on the geometric method, and then he's like, "But I'm going to finally do it." So I don't, I'm not saying Spinoza's a Cartesian, but what I'm saying is that he sort of the Cartesian project gets founded by Descartes, but it doesn't really get going with Descartes. Like, he doesn't actually know what to do with it. So it is a radical shift in the history of philosophy. And for that reason, it's a very important book. But none of the arguments seem that great. The getting down to the skepticism actually is better. I think there's the descent into skepticism, and then there's the building things back up. The descent into skepticism is much stronger. And then it's all of the constructive project, and then the fact, does Descartes ever actually give you a satisfactory answer to the problem of mind-body interaction once we admit dualism?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that this is one of the reasons why I like his correspondences, because he sort of tries to, and it becomes much less neat. Like the attempt to appeal to the pineal gland, I just think it's a little bit ad hoc. Like,
of course.
It just feels very, very strange. And I appreciate that he tries to tackle that problem. I sort of don't think he needs to, because I think that once he's proven God, I think that can do an awful lot of philosophically heavy lifting for him. Because clearly, it seems to me at least, that if you've proven that there is a being that wishes the good, it's much better for people's minds to stay attached to a physical form, if that's then going to, with the physical form being the instrument through which they do ethics and moral stuff.
But trying to solve this problem is also what led people to the craziest view in the history of philosophy, which is occasionalism.
I've not come across that.
So this idea is there are mental events and there are physical events, and they are actually causally distinct from each other. They just happen to always correspond.
Oh God, yes. No, I do remember. I didn't go I remember coming across that during my undergrad and thinking that's a bit mad, and then not thinking about it at all afterwards. But
yeah, I think it's one of, I call it one of the crazy. I just think it's the most unprincipled philosophical position that you could possibly have. It's I want to have all the benefits of mind-body dualism, and I want to have none of the problems. So I just say, they just don't happen, and God just kind of ensures that they always correspond in certain ways.
Yeah, I suppose.
And this is where Spinoza fixes it. Basically, for Spinoza, the mind is just the human person in the mode of thinking.
Yes,
and the body is just the human in the mode of extension. And okay. There are no two substances to reconcile.
But this is why I think that Spinoza much better than me, because I've cursorily read the Ethics, and I really need to dig into it in more detail. But it strikes me that is the argument that people give for panpsychism now. This kind of panpsychist resurgence a little bit with Philip Goff et al. And Galen Strawson and that. You commit that pantheism is sort of there. I think that it's just the thing that I find fascinating about Philip Goff on this is that he's a panpsychist and not a pantheist, or at least not a pantheist to my knowledge. He ends up with a sort of a kind of heretical version of Christianity.
He's a panpsychist and atheist. Yeah.
But I think that pantheism, a kind of heavyweight pantheism, seems like not that much of a leap if we're unifying properties by saying they're two modes of one substance. I feel like pantheism's right there.
I think for Goff, I'll link something about Goff down below in case people want more context, because we don't have time to go into it. But I think for Goff, the problem is he wants a God of limited power.
Yes, yeah.
And how do you ensure the pantheistic God can do all of this stuff and be the God of limited power? You would have to that becomes a much more complicated philosophical system, because he's got his theistic views are. He probably calls them heretical.
Yes, right? They're really, really odd. That's not to say they're not interesting, but they are historically incredibly idiosyncratic.
I don't even actually like the category of heretical. I think it's a misleading. I think it's an unhelpful category, but it's at least heterodox in the sense of it breaks from what basically anybody else has thought. And how we get that with pantheism would be interesting. But there is some relationship between Spinoza stuff and panpsychism. I think that's clearly true. And I don't know. How do you feel about panpsychism?
I'm not sure, because I don't know to what extent it just reframes the same problems in terms of how to illustrate. So and to be fair, I'm not totally well read up on panpsychism, so I'm sure that some people have countered this. But when I think about panpsychism as saying, okay, we're going to dissolve the problem of the connection between the mind and body by saying that they're two modes of the same thing, and then I think, okay, that's fine, but you're saying that these particles have pre-conscious stuff, but pre-conscious stuff is not normally what we refer to when we say consciousness. We tend to mean something like phenomenal consciousness, at which point it seems like we just say, okay, well, how does this pre-conscious stuff form phenomenal consciousness? So that's kind of, I suppose that's just the combination problem in a slightly different wording. But that to me is like, I worry that specifically the panpsychist just encounters the same hard problem, just at a slightly different point. But I think that is genuinely just exactly the same problem.
Interesting. I haven't done a ton of thinking about panpsychism. I very rarely find, the views that everyone says are like nuts. Like they're like, how could you even believe it, right? I just don't have that reaction, like to almost any philosophical view, except occasionalism. But I very rarely have that reaction where it's like I couldn't even consider what it was like to be true. But then again, the panpsychists tend to, I don't know about Goff, but Galen Strawson basically says, I'm a panpsychist because I can't even consider what it would be like for eliminativism about consciousness to be. Like, I
think that's a pretty solid point. That's the closest I've ever got to panpsychism, is saying something like, look, however sure I am of anything, I've got to be sure of the existence of phenomenal consciousness at least as much. And I know that there are illusionists who will have good arguments against that, but I'm just unfamiliar with them. But that's the closest I've ever got to becoming a panpsychist.
Okay. I think it's telling that in our discussion of the Meditations, we found it more interesting to talk about Spinoza and panpsychism than we did to talk about the Meditations itself. So I don't know. I would say C tier. I think it's a C tier.
I would say C or B. So I'm happy to say C, just because I'm going to be a bit bullish on
Montaigne,
this.
so like, let's say C here. Yeah, but the correspondences for people watching, if you read the Meditations, go read the correspondences.
Yes, and the other thing is that I'm still a big fan of Descartes himself, but largely for his work in mathematics. So that's my I'm a really big fan of Descartes, and the Meditations is my least favorite work by him.
Yeah. All right. This is a book I'm actually not super familiar with. I've only read selections. Hobbes's Leviathan.
Oh, I'm not totally familiar with this. I read it it was one of the assigned texts in my first year at undergrad, and I read it, and I'm not quite sure how well I understood it. Do
you want to just skip this book since we
potentially? I don't know. The thing that I like, the thing that stuck out to me about Hobbes's Leviathan, which is it's part of a genre of texts by people who have been radically shaken by some kind of incredibly destructive world event. And I think that's what I find interesting about it more than anything, is this kind of, part side, I know that it's very influential in social contract theory, and that I know Hobbes is separately very influential in terms of, empirical, like just being a founder of empiricism. But the thing that stuck out to me is that I'm very fond of texts, even when I massively disagree with them, that are almost that almost read to me like semi-traumatic reactions to something incredibly difficult happening. So this strikes me with, a philosopher who I agree with basically nothing about is Joseph de Maistre, the kind of counter-revolutionary Savoyard exile writing in Russia. But his works come from such a deep place of being traumatically dislocated from his home. And there's something that I think, similar to Hobbes, there's something that I found like weirdly emotionally compelling about that.
We tend to downplay or not comprehend the level of brutality in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
That we're coming out of, like the wars of religion and just like the sort of political upheaval, the various revolutions basically afflicting every part of Europe. And so it can make it almost a little hard for us to be like, why would you write this? Like, why would what here? But if you understand the history a little bit better, you go like, damn, like this was
because I think
more
sometimes
brutal, more dark than.
Because I think sometimes about Hobbes, talking about we're going to invest an awful lot of power into this sovereign, and I do think he's sometimes caricatured in that he does have ways of removing the sovereign. It's just sort of very limited ways of removing the sovereign. But I think if I'd just come out of a brutal, the English Civil War was one of the most destructive wars in England for like so long. I mean, we still haven't had a civil war since, and it probably is the most brutal conflict ever to be on English shores. Certainly since, the Norman invasion, because we just haven't been invaded since. So so I think that is such a scar on the next 50 years of English history. And I think that Hobbes writing that is I can so see how he came to his much sovereign heavy conclusion. I imagine that if I have to choose between a stable liberal democracy and tyranny, I'm going to choose a stable liberal democracy. But if I have to choose between tyranny and chaos, That's a much more difficult choice. And I think that's the kind of choice that Hobbes is confronting. And I think so much of his philosophy and his state of nature stuff is part of that. And I like it from that perspective, even if, you know, I'm skeptical. I'm a bit skeptical of social contract theory, although I'm not that familiar with it. So maybe I should be less skeptical about it. But
yeah, I don't feel even comfortable. Like, I don't think I'd be able to rank this book.
No, neither would I really. I think I kind of, like, as a knee-jerk reaction, put it in the B tier just because I don't feel that confident putting it either high or low.
Yeah, you know, I think I was thinking we're just going to skip it because
put it off to the side.
I would feel like I'm doing Hobbes wrong here and just say not applicable. I'm sure there are parts of it that are great. I'm sure.
Yeah, no,
there's a
I'm
reason
sure
it was
there
so
are as well.
influential.
I mean, Hobbes' empiricist stuff is very cool.
Yeah, but I'm also I'm not really into political philosophy.
No,
I mean, I read
neither.
some of it, but it's like pretty far from my interest. I was like, in graduate school, I was a philosophy of language guy and logic. I like metaphysics. I like ethics. You know, I like epistemology. But yeah, political philosophy. In the same way that I haven't read a ton of stuff on aesthetics, right? It's just never been.
Yeah, me neither. It's like,
what I was into.
Also, I think political philosophy is really hard to get into as well. It's just there's so much background. I sort of feel like I haven't read political philosophy in detail, and now it is almost too late to.
I would need like a solid year where I only read political philosophy, and then I would feel like maybe I could start commenting on something. But they just the facility I see, like political theorists and political philosophers referencing huge amounts of history, huge amounts of text, and I go, there's a whole world out there.
It's incredible. Like really, really. I find that because a lot of people think, oh yeah, political philosophy, that's a bit more down to earth than the rest of philosophy. Oh no, the political theorists are some of the most well-read people you'll ever come across. And multidisciplinarily well-read. It's very impressive. I can do it.
Well, let's go to a book that I know a lot better than Hobbes' Leviathan, and that is Spinoza's Ethics.
Yeah, you know this much better than I do.
Yeah, I think Spinoza's Ethics is basically perfect. I mean, maybe I don't actually agree with all of it. There's some weird stuff in it. You know, Spinoza, for instance, thinks that by showing the order of reason, like by so in it, we have the definitions and the axioms, and then everything else just follows from this. And he thinks that the order of reason actually maps on perfectly to the order of metaphysics. So explanations are both psychological and metaphysical if you get them in the right order, and he thinks that he has. But that's a huge presupposition in the work that's pretty hard to identify to actually bring yourself to believe. But the metaphysical picture that he ends up giving in the Ethics is so interesting. You know, that from the definition of substance, we know that there is a single substance that cannot be constrained, so it is boundless and eternal. Because any constraint on it would have to come from something else. And that would mean there are two substances, but from the definition of substance, we know that there could only be one substance because there would be no distinguishing features, like intrinsic features, to separate the substances. Okay, that's actually like, that's a very quick caricature of the argument. But if you want to say that there's more than one thing, you need to be able to understand why that argument doesn't work. And I think Spinoza is basically the big challenger. And it's this really interesting thing going back into the history of philosophy too, where, you know, Parmenides is a monist, Heraclitus is a monist, and then monism kind of falls out of favor. And we get this kind of, especially when theism rises, like classical theism, that there is God, and God's not even a being. And God is immanent in some sense, but more importantly, fully transcendent. So there is this big separation between the world and God. And Spinoza basically thinks that's completely untenable, that and so what do? Well, we retrieve monism, and the world is God, but or like nature is God, but God's very different. There is no personality in the same way. He'll sometimes use words like that about benevolence or something, but they really don't strictly apply. And it's really that it's just like it is, and it is good, but it's not personal in the same way. And Spinoza is almost like the arch heretic. I know I said I don't like this word, but one of the reasons that I think he's so fascinating is that he is exiled and excommunicated from the Jewish community in Amsterdam. And then shortly after, everyone's writing, all of these like Calvinist ministers are writing condemnations of him too.
Yeah,
So
manages to
it was
annoy
like,
everyone.
yeah, exactly, right? Like I didn't just get excommunicated or like banned by one group, but like the two major religious groups in my country both hate me. And even Hume calls him a vile atheist at one point, which is always a weird thing
Really?
about Hume.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind
he
well,
calls it a vile atheism. Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's because
Yeah.
I what I've read of Spinoza, I've really enjoyed, especially the kind of I just think pantheism because I quite like theism as a philosophical system. I just don't believe in it. Pantheism is a natural thing for me to reach for, and I like Spinoza for pantheism. And I also think that it's interesting to read Spinoza's pantheistic views in comparison or in accompaniment with like mystics. I know I was talking about mystics earlier, but I love a bit of mysticism. And that kind of, I think they both meet in the middle with a sort of deeply immanent conception of God. And although there are huge disagreements between them, I like that immanence. I think immanent God is the best kind of God.
Yeah. I agree with that actually. And then I actually think that if Spinoza's right about all the underlying metaphysics, he basically solves the problem of mind-body interaction because it just becomes two modes of the same thing.
Yes.
Now, it just turns out that it's just a special case of the fact that everything is just modes of the same thing.
Yeah.
But he sort of gets past it. And I really do, even though I'm a little skeptical about the order of explanation stuff, I think it's just remarkable to try and build a comprehensive system so clearly articulated as axioms and definitions.
He really
where most philosophers wouldn't even attempt it.
Even philosophers who pride themselves on that kind of thing would struggle to attempt it. And it's very vulnerable. I like how, Spinoza, by laying things out so clearly, he makes himself incredibly vulnerable to attack and critique because there's no hiding. His system does not hide in the slightest. It's just there.
Yeah, exactly. And yet it seems like so many people were like hell-bent on misreading him for a long time. This is another thing from those Copleston volumes on the history of philosophy. It says that basically Copleston says that basically none of Spinoza's contemporaries agreed with him. And they all thought he was crazy. Hume calls him a vile atheist or whatever, but other Enlightenment thinkers respected him for his sort of being a free thinker. And they respected him like challenging authority, but thought that his philosophical system was just like total bunk. And it's not until basically the Germans in like the 19th century, they start to appreciate Spinoza. So the Romantics love Spinoza. Jacobi loves Spinoza. Hegel loves Spinoza.
Well, Nietzsche loves Spinoza.
Nietzsche loves Spinoza. Hegel says that, he goes much further than Spinoza. Obviously, he's not a Spinozist, but he thinks that in the progression of philosophy in Europe, Spinoza is like a critical point. And thus there's like kind of no going back from Spinoza. There's only going further than Spinoza in the same way that Kant is like a critical point.
Spinoza is one of those thinkers, again, from what I've read, that I wish that analytic philosophy departments looked at more, because I think that he is very amenable to people who are used to working in analytic philosophy as a sort of entry point. But he's so foundational to what comes after. But nonetheless lends himself well to somebody who's very used to reading Freire or Russell or Eyre. It's kind of becomes a very I think it makes a good juncture point there for crossing over.
Well, analytic philosophy is weird because obviously it's our background, right?
Yeah.
So I don't want to totally kill my sort of intellectual fathers, but there's this emphasis on precision and there's this emphasis on logical deduction. But there's also this underlying skepticism in how far that project will ever take you. That analytic philosophers often are kind of unambitious in the sense of like the great system builders of the past.
Yeah, you wouldn't catch a Hegel in an analytic philosophy department, like this, because you'd be too busy working on solving one very, very sophisticated but quite small scoped project in, I don't know, the philosophy of history.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and analytic philosophers tend to get incredibly precise about very, very limited problems. And the idea that it's like, no, through the power of reason, in 200 pages, I will give you a comprehensive picture of the universe. I mean, maybe the closest to that would be the sort of big rise of ontology around the time I was an undergrad. Like Ted Sider or these kinds of guys.
I was thinking Tractatus is like the closest thing I can think of to that in analytic philosophy. Wittgenstein writes a book. This is everything that needs to be written. I'm not taking any questions at this time. But I'm a real fan of grand philosophical treatises. I've argued that we should do them more. The trouble is that when grand philosophical treatises do get published, they quite often get like completely shot down. So Rob Brandom, I've got it on my shelf, which I'm Rob Brandom's Making It Explicit is incredibly ambitious and was, he's very well respected. But if you look at some of the reviews at the time it came out, it was really panned by quite a lot of very, very respectable philosophical journals. And I think that maybe attitudinally we could adjust ourselves a little bit to maybe appreciate a bit of the ambition of some of these and then, maybe use them as a starting point rather than just like attempting to tear them to shreds.
That's the thing about Brandom is he's actually proven to be remarkably generative.
Exactly.
Once you read him, you lead to really interesting places. And that's why Making It Explicit is so great. I became like much more of like a Brandom head late in graduate school. And part of it was like, I started feeling like at the end of my graduate studies, I started feeling like we just weren't going for it anymore. And there was and I just like want you to go for it. It's actually similar to, this is a weird comparison, I know, but if you listen to like recent interviews with like Timothée Chalamet, he's like, I'm trying to be like a historically important actor. And everyone kind of makes fun of him for it. And he's like, I'm giving the best performances that anyone's given in the last decade. Now, you can assess whether or not that's true, right? But part of me is like, I love that way more than I love someone else being like, yeah, everyone else is really good. I'm just doing my best. Like, I kind of wish we had a little bit more of that in contemporary philosophy, to just being like, I'm going to take 10 years. I'm going to write this treatise. Of course, that's very hard to pull off in the structure of the academy now. But like, it would be cool to see it a little more often, to see people being like, no, I have to refute Making It Explicit. And so my book will be twice as long as I build my competing system to show that Making It Explicit is wrong. And, Brandom, of course, can't write a short book.
I don't think he's ever written a short book.
I mean, he's got this tiny one on... he's got one on inferentialism that's like making it explicit for dummies. It's like it's the really short version. And then he's got one on reading Sellers, like commentaries on Sellers.
Oh, right.
That's fairly short. But his Hegel book, I think, is longer than The Science of Logic.
Wow. So that's the thing about Brandom is an incredible polymath philosophically, because I mean, I think this is best illustrated by the sheer number of philosophers he lectures on. Because he just, someone like he's got Frege lectures, which is not a thinker that I would like massively leap for when I hear the name Brandom, but they're great, really great.
And he's got that grounding in German philosophy.
Yes, that
most analytic philosophers don't have. That then he can do Frege in context. Those are those lectures he put online, where he can give you the philosophical backdrop. Where the way we're taught commonly is like, no one really knew what they were doing, and then Frege invented logic, and maybe he stole some stuff from Hilbert. And then Russell made it better, and now we have philosophy. Like, and that's just not how Brandom does it. And Making It Explicit goes into like obscure 17th century philosophers for a bit, like near the beginning, to just be like to try to get to the concept of sapience. And if you just haven't done that historical work, you just won't get it at all. And I guess going back to Spinoza, he's also remarkable because he's basically an autodidact. He never had a university position. In fact, he dies kind of young, almost certainly because he was inhaling glass, because he was he worked in optics and he was a lens grinder. And he had an education from his Jewish education, and so he had like read a lot of like Jewish philosophy. He then studied Cartesian philosophy with like an independent guy, like found a tutor. And then he gets exiled or excommunicated, and then he just goes and is like, all right, cool, I'll grind lenses by day, and then I'll just write all of this at night. But of course, the Ethics isn't even published in his lifetime. It's published the year that he dies, and I think it was because he was already basically hated because of the what is it? it's the political. He's got like the logico-political treatise or something like that. The title there, but people already hated him enough. But then the ethics comes out, and it's like, now you can really hate me.
Posthumously hate him.
Yeah, and posthumously loved. That's the beauty of history. I think this is a clear S tier book.
Yeah, I would. I mean, again, I've not read all of it, but I would agree from what I've read and from what you said.
Excellent. Okay, very different philosophical work, but also great. Hume's Treatise of Human Nature.
See, I adore the Treatise on Human Nature. I first read it when I was about 15, and it just completely shaped my thinking for the next 5 years. And I just amazing. I'm not flawless, obviously, but I think I think that Hume's treatise, I think, is so. It's almost difficult to overstate the impact that it had on what we would now call analytic philosophy. Like a lot of air is Hume in like semanticized and logicified Hume, but Hume nonetheless, and I think he's very candid about that. So I would definitely put this in S tier personally.
I'm leaning that way. Let's talk a little bit about the history of it, because Hume writes the treatise, and he describes it as falling stillborn from the press. Nobody reads likes it.
Just nobody wants it.
Yeah. And Hume was actually more known as a historian in his day, for his historical work. But then he writes the Inquiry. And people respond to it more positively. But he even writes that none of the conclusions substantially changed from the treatise to the Inquiry.
Well, yeah, because when I took a course in a history of like publishing and British empiricism, effectively. It wasn't like a university course; it was just out there. But and something that was mentioned there is that Hume seemed to see the Inquiry as kind of the treatise for dummies. It's sort of like, here I've taken this enormous, quite complex and meticulously argued book. I've stripped out all of the subordinate clauses, and here you've got the Inquiry.
Yeah, I love the treatise. I took an entire seminar in graduate school with a philosopher named Don Baxter on just part 1 of the treatise, and that was all we read was just part 1. So just all the metaphysics and epistemology, basically.
Yeah.
And didn't really get to the stuff about moral sentiments. It is such a radical view of the world, starting with bare empiricism, and basically saying that previous empiricists have not gone far enough. And I will show you the actual radical implications of empiricism.
Yeah.
So you think you had causality? No. You think you had the self? No. I'm going to show you where this actually leads.
Yeah. And I think definitely his arguments against the self just were I love those. I think they're fantastic. And I think they kind of, I think especially as regards the self goes, I think he's basically right. And I on causality, I don't know. I think that like a Humean view of causality as like regularity, as opposed to there being a substantial notion of cause, I actually think is more tenable than people give it credit for. Because I think that when people hear, oh, Hume doesn't think that there's such thing as a cause, they immediately think, oh, right, so you can't do induction then. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
Well, you might not be able to do induction, but that's an entirely different bit of the book. The cause thing is he doesn't deny the existence of regularities, just that a substantial notion of cause is a kind of illusion. And
you have to presume some level of regularity.
Yes, just to do anything.
Like open doors. And just to do anything. I wrote my term paper in that class just on one passage in the treatise on the relationship between conceivability and possibility in Hume. Because he employs it occasionally, mostly to show that if something is inconceivable, it isn't possible. But I think that also opens up all these weird connections between empiricism and idealism, where there is basically, given what we can know, which is basically just what is given to us in impressions and then formed into ideas, we can't judge the world to be anything beyond our mental lives. Now, there's a skeptical undertone to that because the world could be radically different and we just don't know it. But for us, it's actually unthinkable. And so he then has to do, so then you actually can build a theory of conceivability and possibility in Hume, or so I argued years ago, because it's basically unthinkable for us not to do that.
Yes, well, the thing that I like about Hume, and to a certain extent, I know lots of people see Kant as a massive improvement on Hume, and I do in a lot of ways. But the thing that I like about Hume is that in some ways it's got some of the great bits from Kant, but the noumenal world is just fallen out of the worldview. And that allows us to have things like conceivability and possibility to be very closely linked, because everything is sort of cognitively framed. There kind of isn't. Like from one perspective, Hume is very skeptical, but if you really swallow Hume whole, he becomes very anti-skeptical in a weird sort of way, because you end up with a very human-centric model of inquiry. That, of course, because I'm a sort of filthy pragmatist, I find that quite appealing. But that for me is why I like Hume. I think that in some ways Hume, it's become very fashionable. I think partly because of Hugh Price has made this argument to argue something like pragmatism falls out of naturalism, and I think that Hume did that. I think better than anyone else.
Yeah,
all the way back in the late 18th century.
And one way of thinking about Hume, too, that I quite like is that he's like a post-skeptic. And what I mean by that is, like, he can get you all the skeptical considerations, but then you say, but what do you do? And then, like, turning to impressions and ideas is basically all you're left with. And then you can actually build a philosophical system as a skeptic. And that's what's so cool about that book.
Yeah, it's constructive post-skepticism in a way that I think the Meditations wanted to be, but couldn't, because it had this underlying commitment to, hardcore, robust realism. And without that, you actually do get this constructive skepticism. And I think that Hume is brilliant for this.
Descartes kind of reads like there were a lot of conclusions he knew he wanted to get to.
Yes, yeah,
so
and a lot of conclusions he knew he wanted to avoid.
Yeah. And so then when he's building up the system, he has to get to them. And Hume is basically happy to say, I will go where I can. And that's it, and I will accept it. It's what makes his comment about Spinoza, like the vile atheism comment, so strange.
Really odd. I mean, I don't know what the context of that is.
Yeah, well, it's also important to remember that dialogues concerning natural religion, which are much more skeptical about religion and theism and things, was also withheld in his lifetime. His friends counseled him to withhold it because they thought it would basically ruin his life. And they might have been right. And so Hume on religion is really interesting because I think, the dialogues concerning natural religion paint a very skeptical picture of theism. Because, one of the characters, I think it's Cleanthes, is the kind of respectable scientific theist. And then there's like the mystic. But then there's Philo, who's like the skeptic of both towards both of them. And he kind of reads like Hume's stand-in.
It's very, I have heard people argue that Hume's view is different from Philo's, but I'm just not entirely clear where, because Philo seems so Humean.
Yeah, exactly. And so, when he makes other comments in his writings published while he was alive about someone else's views about specifically religion, I actually treat those with a lot of skepticism. Like how much of it was just like things he felt he needed to say or he didn't really believe or something, or it's also possible that he just changed his mind. This is one of the things I think when we read historical philosophers is like they're like, oh, he has 7 books, cool, I'll read them all and I'll understand his thinking, but it leaves out the possibility that he changed. I mean, I have different philosophical beliefs than I did 5 years ago.
Yeah, same.
And so we sort of forget that they are living human beings who are kind of figuring it out as they go. Yeah. I think I know what you're going to say, but where do you think this book falls?
I'm absolutely going to say S tier. I think that.
I agree. Complete S tier book. Okay. Kant's Critique of Pure Reason.
Well, I mean, the thing is, we've got so many bangers, one after the other.
Yeah. This was a great period. A great period. I love the whole modern period, including the late modern stuff that we would ignore in analytic departments mostly. But I love the whole modern period. I think it's so fascinating.
I think that, and I think this is Kant is such a fulcrum of philosophy. It's very it's again difficult to overstate just how important the system that he constructs in the Critique of Pure Reason is. It's just, I mean, so much philosophy post this is just in response to this. I don't mean just as in to diminish it, but it's just like Schopenhauer opens the world as will and representation by basically saying, look, if you haven't read like the critique, if you haven't read Kant, this is just going to make no sense to you. Like you just you just have no idea what's going on. So go and read Kant and then read me. And I mean, there's so much philosophy post-Kant is a bit like that. Like at the very least, I'm not saying that everyone needs to go and read the Critique of Pure Reason. It's really hard. And I have tried to read it a couple of times and I've got to the end convinced that I have missed lots of things.
I won't claim to have a comprehensive view of this book.
Me neither.
It's too difficult. I never took a seminar on it, so I always had to study it for myself. Or we read selections in kind of an overview course. Two things to point out about this. One, Stephen Holgate in his lectures on the science of logic, which are excellent. I think they're some of the best Hegel stuff on the internet. He just mentions Kant briefly to start it off because it's so important for Hegel, and says, after Kant, there are still naive realists, and I just don't understand why. Like none of them have ever satisfactorily answered Kant.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that the noumena phenomena distinction and the idea of categories and the synthetic a priori and that kind of stuff, I think there's only one way I think that you can progress beyond that, which is to get rid of the noumenal entirely. But I would say that. But I think that there's no going back to naive realism. I can't see a route back unless the only route back I can see into some form of naive realism would be to go like uber deflationism beyond all reason, and then you end up back with naive realism in a sort of weird sense.
It's like realism, but as they would say, like the philosophy of science, sometimes it's more like realism pounds the table and says it's like really there.
It's like
and you just can't do that anymore.
Yeah, because it's like you'd end up with something like the natural ontological attitude, I think is the phrase used by Arthur Fine. But even then, he's very clear that this isn't realism. This is effectively an equivalence between your statements about everyday objects and your statements about science. It's just a by implication. It's not anything asserted without assumption.
Yeah. And of course, Kant is responding to Hume. Hume is hugely influential for Kant. And part of that response is to say Hume's idea of impressions are given to us in experience. And then we like make sense of them by turning them into ideas by combining them. But that even our original sensory experiences are mediated through the categories of thought.
And I think that's just an incredible insight. That's just and I think people can underestimate just how incredible of an insight that is, because it's since been shown to have so much, I mean, in slightly different form than Kant meant it, but that bare idea has shown to have so much empirical evidence behind it now that we treat it as ordinary. But that's insane to think, right? Like that's
totally. I mean, and so it would basically mean that the Humean project starts off on a false start by thinking that there are just bare impressions, and that instead we have to have these categories. And then the question just becomes, how do you derive the categories and which categories are there, which ends up just being a defining question for German philosophy for the next 100 years. It just becomes one of the major questions. There was as a historical fact, the journals like that would be called like Kant Studien or whatever the precursor to that were just the big philosophy journals. Like they were called like Kant Studies or something in Kantian, but even if they weren't strictly Kantian, but that just speaks to just how huge he was at the time. This wasn't just like exegesis of Kant. It was like if you're doing philosophy, you're doing it post Kant. And so we just sort of name our journals after him.
Yeah. He's incredible. He's humbling to think about.
I remember the first time I read the Antinomies.
Oh yeah.
And so you sort of get led to these contradictory conclusions that are supposed to show the sort of limits of thought. And I was like, man, like this gets the blood going. Like my heart is pumping. Like how amazing. It was one of the few times I felt like genuinely excited as I read a philosophical work. I thought like, my God. And so I don't call myself a Kantian, but like so influential, so robust, and someone that you just can't easily dismiss either. Like he has to be engaged with in order to do philosophy. And the philosophers who try to just pretend like Kant never existed are always going to run into trouble. And this will come up later when we talk about some of the like logical empiricists and positivists. Like, I mean, they basically are doing philosophy as if Kant didn't exist.
And
it's
tricky. Run into issues. And like, I think that the other thing is that Kant did so much, and thus there's this. I think it's a really good argument for the history of philosophy being a bigger thing in analytic philosophy departments, because the amount of times that someone would have a thought that was just Kant, but Kant would have put it better. It's like that. It happens all the time, and because he wrote in so many stuff with such incredible vision. And I think that. Anyway, sorry. Engaging with him is it's exciting.
And we're not even talking about the ethics right now.
We're
not talking about
just,
the groundwork or the critique of factual reason. But
not
if you
even
were doing
dealing
that
with
too.
transcendental arguments, which are their own incredible genius innovation.
Yeah. So without Kant, you don't get German idealism. Clearly, you don't get phenomenology. That doesn't exist without Kant. You don't get Schopenhauer. You plausibly don't get some versions of existentialism. There's just like you don't get Nietzsche. Right? It's just like Kant is maybe one of the few philosophers actually that you could call like world historical, in the way that like Plato is world historical. Like without Plato, what is philosophy? I don't know how to answer that question. Without Kant, what is philosophy?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Kant also, he's one of the few philosophers that just gets referenced in loads and loads of fiction texts. He gets referenced in Bulgakov, he gets referenced in Gatsby, he gets in Fitzgerald in Gatsby. And I think that is such a mark of an accomplishment. You've ended up up in great works of literature as an offhand reference that the author thinks that your average reader will just get.
Yeah. And the sort of picture of Kant that we have as a person, as this highly mechanical guy who you could set your watch to him by his walks and things. This is actually a caricature invented by the Romantics, like Heinrich Heine, to try to dismiss Kant. As part of the sort of return to nature.
That's really interesting. I didn't know that.
He ceased to make himself into a human being. Manfred Kuhn's biography of Kant goes into this a little bit. So even the people who wanted to reject Kant felt like they had to come up with ways to dismiss him.
Yes, yeah. Well, he's very difficult to tackle head on. Reading his books is very, very difficult. But also, he's a very robust arguer, an incredibly robust arguer.
Yeah. Yeah. And to think also that the Critique of Pure Reason is like the second stage of his career.
Yeah.
There's all the pre-critical philosophy.
Yeah,
right?
Like before the dogmatic slumber is awakened.
Yeah. But the fact that people can even reference it as like there's the critical philosophy, starting with the Critique of Pure Reason, and then the pre-critical. So he was old basically by the time he starts writing these, and then devotes the latter half of his life to just like making sense of this project. I mean, it's astounding. I like this, I like Hume because Hume became a great philosopher basically from the moment he was like 15. Like he's writing great books early on. I find that very inspiring and a little sad as a man in my 30s. Spinoza was a great philosopher even though he never had a university position. I find that very inspiring as someone who's not at a university. Kant became one of the great philosophers late in life because he realized like what he had previously assumed couldn't be assumed. And I also find that just very inspiring. So he is sort of, I don't know if I would want to personally emulate Kant in my day-to-day life. He was quite rigid, even if they kind of overplay it. But I do find him like to be someone like worthy of respect, like as a human being, in addition to being like an amazing philosopher.
I mean, his work, his thinking is just, it sounds hyperbolic to describe it accurately.
Yeah, right. People are just like, oh yeah, they're just like gushing over this guy, but it's like, no, like he deserves it. Yeah, I wish I'd studied more Kant in grad school when I had opportunities like with some Kant scholars, but this is fixable. I could study Kant.
I want to definitely get more stuck into Kant. I want to get, because I came into reading him through thinkers like Schopenhauer and Nietzsche and going, right, well, I need some context for this. And I would like to just explore him in himself and all the things that he was interested in that may not have ended up quite as influential as the stuff in the critique.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone knows what we're going to say.
Yeah,
right?
S tier. I can't think of anywhere else to put it. It's
yeah. All right. So Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit.
See, this is I do not understand the Phenomenology of Spirit. I've really tried, and my New Year's resolution next year, if anyone wants to come and do this with me, is that I'm going to get out my copy of Hegel's Phenomenology and Greg Sadler's lecture series, and I'm just going to go through it, passage by passage, lecture by lecture every day, because I again, it's one of those things where I hear lots of things about Hegel through commentaries on Hegel and through later thinkers who are referencing him, and I've read a bit of secondary Hegel scholarship, but I'm such a I want to do primary text work with him.
Yeah,
despite his insane difficulty.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard, and I've tried over the past couple of years to try to read more Hegel in a way, and I still don't feel like I could accurately summarize the views, but I think the easiest way, this actually isn't the phenomenology, this would be the science, is to understand Hegel as seeing the Kantian project, but asking how were the categories derived? And actually Kant doesn't really derive the categories, Hegel says. And so instead, I'm going to now derive the categories, and we're going to find out without assumptions. Can I do assumptionless philosophy? So this is different than Spinoza, because Spinoza's loaded with assumptions. Now he thinks that they are clear and distinct. That's the kind of Cartesian element. But Hegel is basically saying, what can reason do when it frees itself from all assumptions? And then in the Phenomenology of Spirit, it begins with things that we seem to be sure of in the sense of sense certainty, but then builds out the philosophical system from this with the force of reason, not just the combination of ideas like a Humean, but then to get into what we finally reach is absolute knowing. And it's so titanic and so monumental that even when you struggle to understand it, I think I really hate the disposition of some philosophers to read a passage of Hegel and say, well, this is inscrutable nonsense.
Who could you possibly be talking about, Jared?
Yeah.
Hegel is. I find Hegel relatively inscrutable, but that's not Hegel's fault. That is just mine. He's just very hard. He's hard because his ideas are difficult and his arguments are sophisticated. And the one thing I would say is that even not understanding Hegel very well, reading Hegel was very cool and helpful because you just occasionally understand a point, but it was a really good point. So it was worth understanding.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that people stumble on is that Hegel often begins by finding contrary concepts and then wanting to subsume them into a larger concept. And this includes contradiction and non-contradiction. And so they go what it feels like is that people read Hegel and think he's breaking down all the things that make thought possible. But you got to go further there, because then he's going to try to show you actually that thought, not only is thought possible, it can do these grand things and give you a view of history as this long rational process. Which is remarkable. It really is. And in terms of influence, Hegel is not as influential as Kant. It'd be hard to make that argument. But, for instance, his influence on Marx is huge. Obviously, Marx inverts Hegel, kind of famously. That's the philosophical term.
You have to have something to invert.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have something to invert. The young Hegelians, as that Marx was kind of affiliated with, they were all sort of doing philosophy in sort of this post-Hegelian mode. There's a very funny thing in Marx's biography where he writes a letter to his father where he's once I discovered Hegel, I wanted to set aside my wayward ways and just dedicate myself to the study of philosophy because Hegel has shown me the light. And in that letter, he mentions that he's no longer going to engage in sword fights. And you think that's a metaphor, but it actually turns out Marx as a college student was getting in a lot of sword fights. Wow. He kept challenging people to duels. And so there's like this funny thing where it's like it actually made him just like stop fighting people all the time.
That's so funny. Actually, the other thing about Hegel is that you get commentaries on Hegel that become really influential in their own right. So I never know how to pronounce his name, but you know the guy working in France at the beginning of the 20th century, Kohefe?
Yeah.
I'd only ever seen it written down. But
I always in my mind say Kojev, which can't possibly be right.
I think Koheve, but actually that sounds like he's Spanish, and maybe he is, and I don't know. But his, I haven't read his commentary, but his commentary, I know the outline of it, but largely because of just how influential it became. But, a lot of Sartre and Camus political writing is in dialogue with this commentary of Hegel. So you end up quite a few steps removed from Hegel himself, but his shadow is there.
Yeah, and a lot of later Heidegger is basically a prolonged response to Hegel as well. Okay, yeah, there was this great book by Robert Pippin, who's this great Hegel scholar, and it's on Heidegger, and it's basically on Heidegger's readings of Hegel. And Pippin, a lifelong Hegel scholar and like almost true believer, actually came to the conclusion that Hegel's belief that thought and being were identical, and this is like why logic is metaphysics, is untenable. And so actually he thinks late Heidegger won, basically, and like metaphysics collapses.
Wow.
Which is really cool to read, just like as someone who studied Hegel his entire life, late in his career kind of comes to the conclusion that actually maybe it was all in vain, and that Heidegger got it. But it meant that a lot of the weirder Heidegger, the late Heidegger, which is almost incomprehensible to so many people, is just trying to engage with Hegel. I would say, though, the Phenomenology of Spirit. So I think Hegel can rival Kant, but the Phenomenology of Spirit, when compared to the Critique of Pure Reason, I don't know if I would put it in the same tier.
Yeah,
because you also have to. You have to include the science of logic, the encyclopedia logic, like the philosophy of Geist.
I certainly wouldn't be able to make a claim on Hegel. I have I understand bits and bobs, I'd say odd passages here and there.
Yeah, I think he's an S-tier philosopher, but I think if we're just looking at this book, I think it's an A-tier book.
Okay, I'm happy with that. As I say, I wouldn't be able to confidently make a personal judgment.
Okay, you know more about this than me. This next one. Schopenhauer's World as Will and Representation.
This is a banger. I mean, it's, to give an idea of how important Kant is. As I say, the World as Will and Representation opens with this idea that in order to make sense of anything that Schopenhauer says, you need to have an understanding of Kant. And I think that's broadly true. One of the things that Schopenhauer does is attempt to recoup a sense of the noumenal from Kant, who has sort of, banished that to the unknowable realm. And Schopenhauer, the reason that the book is called The World as Will and Representation is because Schopenhauer says that the thing that you can know directly is your will. That you perceive yourself in a way that you can perceive yourself in a way that's fundamentally different to how you perceive everything else in the world. You're kind of, we might now call it a direct acquaintance or something like that. Which I don't think quite gets to what he means, but it's like close enough. But you can also see yourself as a representation, an object in the world, as we might put it today. So the world as will and representation is exploring this. He calls it the narrow door. That you get a little chunk of the noumena in through your direct apprehension of your own will, and then builds out from there.
It's like the tearing of the veil of Maya.
Yeah,
right?
It's very, very similar. And of course, Schopenhauer was so influenced by Buddhist texts, and this is a monster work. It's in two parts, and the second part was written quite a lot later than the first part, if memory serves. And I think especially the first part is fantastic. It's full of, weirdly, although it's quite a systematic work in a lot of ways, we probably wouldn't read it as one system today. And I certainly wouldn't recommend, throwing out everything if you think one bit of the system doesn't work. Because, I'm quite skeptical of this narrow door to truth. But that doesn't mean that he has a whole, a huge part of it is devoted to reflections on human psychology. And a lot of that is still, is separable logically from his metaphysics, even though he ties the two quite closely together. And the this book is the foundation of pessimism as a philosophical idea. And I think it's brilliant. I think that even if you reject some of the metaphysical components of Schopenhauer, I think the psychology is very worth reading. And also, it's very difficult, I think, to make any kind of sense of Nietzsche without having at least a passing acquaintance with Schopenhauer, and especially a passing acquaintance with Schopenhauer's psychology. Because even though Nietzsche ejects Schopenhauerian metaphysics pretty soon after the birth of tragedy, he hangs on to a lot of Schopenhauerian psychology, I would argue, for a start. A huge theme in later Nietzsche is the deceptions that our drives tell on us. And that's a Schopenhauerian idea. Schopenhauer introduces, the classic example Schopenhauer gives is the sex drive, whereby, it deceives your perceptions in order to express itself in a certain way. And that very much ends up in Nietzsche. In I would argue, a developed and slightly more sophisticated way, but it still ends up there. And I think that so much of Nietzsche is in conversation with Schopenhauer, even when Nietzsche doesn't either acknowledge it or maybe even know that that's what he's doing, because he's such a big influence on him early on. And so
and just the use of drive there in sex drive.
Absolutely.
This is huge for Nietzsche. Like the drives are a huge part of Nietzsche's psychological picture of the world or of the human person. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And this idea of I think psychological factors, and more importantly, psychological factors in a contingent sense, not in a kind of Kantian necessarily facilitating understanding sense, in a kind of affectual sense in terms of feelings and drives and motivations affecting your perception of the world, is, I think, a very natural and slightly naturalized development of Kant. And I think, that is huge. I think that it's a natural follow-on, I think, from Kantian synthetic a priori categories, but in a contingentified direction. And I think that just opens up a whole world of philosophy and psychology intermingling, which I'm very interested in. And I think that Nietzsche gets a lot of credit for that. And I think he ought to, because I think that his version of psychology is more sophisticated than Schopenhauer's. But he's building on Schopenhauer's foundations, I think, in a way that he doesn't often admit, partly because he's so critical of Schopenhauer's ethics. Well, I love Schopenhauer's ethics, really. I think it's great.
We've had like pop stoicism now, and we were wondering like when is there going to be pop Aristotelianism? I want to know like when's there going to be like pop Schopenhauer?
Pop pessimism,
because pop pessimism basically. I feel like that would do well nowadays.
I think there's
a market for that.
There's a lot of I'm really fond of reading pessimistic philosophers. My favorite isn't Schopenhauer. My favorite is Emile Cioran, but I think that's more of an aesthetic thing than anything else. I just love the way that Cioran writes. But he is often restating what Schopenhauer said in slightly more, I think, fun, poetic ways. But the weird thing that you often end up with after spending an afternoon reading pessimistic philosophy is you feel weirdly consoled, because your expectations are adjusted in line with an incredibly bleak picture of reality. And I think that, Schopenhauer sometimes brings this out, because I think that, his ethics being based around compassion and, we're all in this together, the only thing we've got is to look out for your fellow man, I think is a way of creating a very minor sense of joy out of quite a bleak picture of reality, but also something that isn't often picked up on. I think it's just, totally because of, contingent historical factors, is that Schopenhauer's word for compassion is Mitleid, which is a German word for compassion. That is the same word that Nietzsche often uses when he's criticizing pity. It's almost always translated as pity in English translations of Nietzsche.
Interesting. Yeah.
But that with knowing that that's the same word reframes a lot of Nietzschean attacks as much more Schopenhauer focused than you might otherwise be led to believe. But and also just the form, the idea of both aesthetic contemplation as the will standing still. I love that. That's been, I think that is as just a description of the phenomenology of experiencing beauty is unparalleled. And also the justification of asceticism as a way of diminishing the will, I think is pretty solid. I mean, I know that, he's hardly the first to make arguments in that direction, obviously Epicurus and the Stoics and all sorts, the Cynics. But the way that Schopenhauer puts it and integrates it into his metaphysical picture of the world, and the way that he integrates elements of Buddhism, like the idea of there being a kind of monist grand will of which you are a part. I love him. I think he's brilliant. I think that the world as will and representation, I would personally put it in A tier. I'm partly driven by that because we put so many in S tier. And this video can't just be S tier. And if I'm being, totally strict with myself, I would say that I find his metaphysics more beautiful than convincing. But I still think it's great, and I think that it is.
You know so much more about Schopenhauer than me.
Right,
so I'll just go with yours. If you say A tier, it's A tier.
So there is a lot more that I could learn about Schopenhauer. I still consider myself a bit of a Schopenhauerian novice. But I just think because he's so rich, there's just so much going on.
But he's also one of those philosophers you just would not encounter in school.
No, exactly. I had to go and seek this out for myself. And I think that, again, it's a good argument for having this in analytic philosophy departments more.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to go forward a little bit in time, and we're going to talk about Mill's utilitarianism, which is maybe a weird choice because maybe I should have picked On Liberty because that's the more famous work.
I know, but I think that Mill's utilitarianism is probably more like philosophically respected, maybe. I don't know. Mine was one of my assigned texts for my first year early modern philosophy module, and we were basically just assigned the task of roasting it. They were just like, just work out exactly where Mill goes wrong at every point in this argument, which is it's a bit harsh, but it was a really good exercise for getting you in the habit of thinking, this isn't mysticism. You're allowed to critique the greats, which is one of the things that I continue to adore about philosophy. I think that's one of the things that makes it so wonderful. But also learning to break down historical text into the things that it's actually claiming and reconstructing arguments and stuff.
Yeah, he grounds the consideration of his hedonism. So utilitarianism in Mill's form is hedonistic. All that matters is pleasure. And he grounds that in that really simple argument that it's just pleasure is the thing that everybody desires. And this is, Aristotle makes that observation, but doesn't become a utilitarian. And so already there's like a little bit of weirdness, like where there's a little bit of weirdness where Mill has decided that this will be a sort of monist theory of well-being from this really simple consideration. I've never been able to quite make sense of why nothing else could be admitted into the realm of goods.
Yeah, I think that when I look at Mill's argument there, it reminds me a little bit of my intuitive response reminds me a little bit of Butler's argument against, I always forget his name, the guy who argues that everyone is motivated by egoism. It's churning away in the back of my head somewhere. But, And Butler's, he argues that, whatever you're pursuing, you're ultimately pursuing your own good, which is very, relatively similar to this attempt to break down everything we desire into experiential pleasure. And Butler says, no, you've got this the wrong way around. The pleasure is a byproduct of achieving the thing that you desire. And I, at the very least, don't see why Mill's version of that argument works better than the Butlerian version of that argument.
Yeah. At the same time, though, utilitarianism became a huge philosophical movement. I mean, I would say that most contemporary ethicists today, they wouldn't be utilitarians in the same way as Mill, but they would be consequentialists.
Yes,
maybe they'd have a slightly more pluralistic view of well-being, but also many of them would put pleasure pretty high up there. That in fact, a lot of the reasons that we value other things is because of the pleasure that is derived from them.
And I think it's a very parsimonious picture, which I quite like. And also, I mean, utilitarianism is such a fascinating ethical philosophy because I think it's sort of basically tracks our intuitions very well apart from these edge cases. So it's like it's you end up in this very bizarre situation where, or I think that I end up in this very bizarre situation where I think that utilitarianism works incredibly well 95% of the time, and then 5% is irritating. But also, how often do I encounter edge cases? Most of the time. Maximizing net pleasure just works very, very well.
I had a professor in graduate school who believed that utilitarianism was true, and that on utilitarian grounds, you should teach everyone to be Kantians. So you just you radically mislead all of your students into thinking that Kant is correct because 95% of the time they'll do the right thing.
Yes, that's really interesting. Because I think
don't even tell them to consider edge cases.
Well, partly because I think utilitarianism is a very solid way to evaluate events and not necessarily a great way to make decisions, because I think that we're so monumentally bad at predicting what's going to happen. Or at least maybe that's just me. Maybe other people are really good at this. But I'm so monumentally awful at working out what's going to happen when I do a given thing.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the things that modern consequentialists like to point out is that consequentialism is not a decision procedure. And I've always found this a little bit weird, though, because I can see, strictly speaking, how your theory of well-being or right action will differ from your theory of decision procedures. I can understand in theory why that is, but you would kind of want in an ethical theory to not only be given a theory of what is right, but how do I choose what is right in an uncertain moment.
Yes, yeah.
You would want this. People criticize virtue ethics for the same thing, like emulate the virtuous man. Okay, I'm in a tough situation that I have no idea how he got there. What do I do, right? Or people who would say that your duty are what you should do in the maximally good world. Well, it's like, well, I'm not in the maximally good world, so what do I do? What do I do? That you want a decision procedure because the point of doing ethics isn't just to discover like a list of events and being able to categorize them into like the good ones and the bad ones, but because you'd like to be good.
Yeah, ultimately.
Yeah, and like it's like that's why we got into it in the first place. So why separate the two so much, aside from it's convenient for your theory?
Yeah.
Peter Railton thinks that if you adopt consequentialism as a decision procedure, you become like radically alienated from other people because you don't actually value your friends because they're your friends. You value them because being friends with them leads to net pleasure being raised in the same way that you would do this for your family and things. So you're alienated from them in the sense that like you don't do good just because like you love them. You don't do good because you care about them as a person. You do good because by loving them, you instrumentally then raise net pleasure.
Oh,
and
I like
overall
that.
well-being.
So kind of a total means collapse. Nobody's an end. We all become means.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he just, he tries to get around this in this famous paper, but it's a real problem too. Like to start thinking about people. And also I think it's just a really good regulative ideal to treat people as ends.
Yeah, absolutely. There's almost never a situation where I think, I'm going to treat this person as a means to an end. And but I'm so confident that there's going to be some positive consequence at the end of it that I'm going to do it anyway. In fact, I can't remember the last time I was in a situation like that.
And in fact, I would say every time that I have used someone as a means, in hindsight, I've been like, oh no, what have I done?
Yes, yeah. It almost always just pricks my conscience like that. Not being a Kantian makes me feel guilty more than anything, which I think is why in practice I'm pretty Kantian.
Yeah. I think what's interesting about Mill too is that nowadays consequentialism is usually shown to be quite radical. The effective altruist movement basically is saying like these consequentialist considerations lead you to living a very different kind of life than you thought would be good. That you should be focusing on like long-term consequences, that you should be focusing on animal, these sorts of things. And Mill did believe in animal welfare. This was actually an early thing. He was also kind of a proto-feminist along with his wife.
Yes, yeah.
On kind of utilitarian grounds. But a lot of the time, he went out of his way to show that utilitarianism was actually quite conservative.
Yeah, because he was concerned about the critique that utilitarianism was a philosophy fit for pigs, I think was the expression.
Yeah.
And so he divides things into higher and lower pleasures. It's never quite clear to me whether that is a quantitative or qualitative distinction, whether the higher pleasures bring more of an extra thing called pleasure, or whether there is an extra dimension being made here.
Yeah. Yeah. And if it is a two-tiered system, you kind of wonder like why you care about the lower tier at all, and under what conditions does the lower tier swamp the higher tier?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, this is just an incredibly difficult theoretical apparatus to make sense of. But it does seem like, he was really concerned with showing that like actually society isn't going to collapse. We're all not going to become, hedonistic pigs. But this would be why Nietzsche criticizes the utilitarians. He calls it, he has Mill and Bentham in mind actually, when he talks about shopkeeper ethics. That it's like they got rid of God, right? They don't care about that part, and they just like tried to ground morality in something else, and just conveniently it looks identical to what we thought morality was. And Nietzsche's critique, of course, is like, that didn't go far enough at all.
No, exactly.
Like you don't realize what you're doing. You're deluding yourselves.
I think a lot of the time he's critiquing it for just like attempting to do exactly the same thing while getting rid of the most fundamental pillar of that worldview. But also, what's that wonderful line where he says, "Man doesn't desire happiness, only the Englishman does," which is again, it's a dig at Mill and Bentham, but I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is also, Sartre basically repeats this critique where he says, for the existentialist, the death of God is a tragedy. And it's not like Voltaire or others who just believe that God became like an unnecessary posit. And so for us, it's like a huge deal. Yes, and that's why our ethics is so radically different from yours.
Yeah,
and I've always found that really compelling because it kind of like thought both Nietzsche and the existentialist like they have radical projects and they actually were willing to admit that they were radical projects.
I like that. I think that it's I sometimes call Nietzsche and Sartre atheists who took atheism seriously for that reason. Kind of a real attempt to work out the consequences of this worldview. And for Mill, I just think that the arguing in utilitarianism is often relatively spurious. I think that the inference from lots of people desire this to it's desirable in and of itself. I'm just not really sure that works. It might work if you're like radically anti-realist about morality. It might work for me, but I don't think it'll work for Mill. And I think that for that reason, I would definitely probably say like B tier, maybe C tier at the most. Very influential. I just don't think that it.
I think I would put this in C tier. It launches something that is significantly more interesting than it was.
Yes, yeah. I think that later utilitarians and consequentialists are very, very interesting. I think Peter Singer is very interesting. And I think that his attempt to make this more radical is a philosophically interesting direction to take it.
And even all of just the work that consequentialists now do to show that, all forms of deontology reduce to consequentialism.
Yeah.
That like you can consequentialize anything. That's actually a really interesting philosophical move. That itself is really cool. You don't see anything like that in Mill. It's just less robust. It's less interesting. Yeah. I skipped one actually. So we're going to go slightly out of chronological order for a moment because I realized I skipped. It was Kierkegaard's The Concept of Anxiety.
Oh, now I really, really like this. I'm trying to think about which pseudonym he wrote this under, because I always think that one of my favorite things about Kierkegaard is the amount of pseudonyms he writes under, partly because it's something that he almost admits that he's going to do in his PhD thesis, because he writes about Socratic irony and says, isn't it great? Socrates takes all these different positions and uses this as an educational tool. And I love the fact that that's just like what he does for the rest of his career.
So Kierkegaard wrote this under Vigilius like Hoffniensis, I believe
I bet that's a Dutch pun. They're always Dutch puns, and I never get them.
Yeah. The funny thing is, everyone knew it was him.
Well, loads of them. They know loads of these are him, but he just continues to write. I think it's just to separate himself slightly from the total contents of the work. But the concept of anxiety, I find that quite strange. I also find it quite strange in Fear and Trembling, because they seem quite close to what he thinks. So I'm not like
separating them out for Kierkegaard is really hard. I think there's other parts of his canon probably that you could look at and say, this is not what he believes. This is like a response to like, but the concept of anxiety, I mean, understanding like anxiety as like confronting the fact that you have to make choices.
I think that's so insightful. And also it's basically reproduced in Sartre and I think Heidegger. So I just think that, that this has been in some ways, I think that the Kierkegaardian idea of angst is like one of, if not the central plank of existentialism. I just think that it's, even though, it's originally written in a Christian context and this ends up being completely de-Christianized, I just think that alone makes this book fantastic.
It's so strange because like the subtitle of the book is like an investigation into the concept of hereditary sin or something.
Quite a lot of it's to do with the relationship between like Adam and sin and our relationship to Adam. Which is very interesting, but goes sort of completely over my head a bit. I think he basically says the idea actually of inherited sin doesn't make any sense. But what it is like all of us are like confronted with like the problem of Adam. Yes,
which is that we make the wrong choices.
So we end up all in the position of being in our own. We're all in the position of standing in front of the tree of knowledge and deciding what to do.
Yeah, and all of us are confronted with this anxiety, and it's like freedom is the condition of anxiety. So like the fact that we are free leads us to this. And in a way, you could think like just blaming some historical figure for inherited sinfulness is a way of like removing that responsibility from yourself. Like, how could I have done otherwise? I got screwed by history. But I think for Kierkegaard, it's like, no, like you are always in this position where you are free to choose. And it's like it's like accepting that is the heart of it.
It reminds me a little bit of, I mean, you'll know much more about this than I have, but whenever I've spoken to or read like Eastern Orthodox theologians, they've always been a bit Kierkegaardian about their concept of sin. Whereas when I talk to a lot of Catholic people interested in Catholic theology, read Catholic theologians, a lot of the time this concept of hereditary sin is treated semi-literally. At the very least, it is a causal story handed down from an event, be that event slightly metaphorical. Whereas whenever I've spoken to Orthodox theologians about this, they've always said, no, like hereditary sin is it's a reflection of the condition of being human. And that's very Kierkegaard. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons I find it kind of very comfortable to be there. You can read Maximus the Confessor.
I love Maximus the Confessor.
The fall as like an event actually is like prehistorical in the sense of like it happens outside of time. And in that way, it's basically like saying all of us undergo this when we are confronted with choice.
Yes, Maximus the Confessor I think is really underappreciated as like a kind of, I think he's fantastic. I got into him earlier this year and thought, this is great. I love this.
It's like brilliant reflections on like the nature of the will.
Yeah.
It's like tied up in all these like theological debates, but he's just like investigating the will, which itself is something worth investigating. Yeah. So he's great. I think I have gone on record as saying The Concept of Anxiety is the hardest book I've ever read. Because like
it's
understanding all of the details of it is, I think it's harder than the Phenomenology of Spirit.
Oh,
because I get the sense with the Phenomenology of Spirit, if I could like finally just decode all of the jargon, I could eventually like fully lay it bare. But with Kierkegaard, it's like he pulls you in one direction and then he pulls you in another direction. And in some ways, this is like part of the project. He can't just give you the doctrines that he thinks are true, because then you would be the person, he draws the analogy in that book of the person who can give proofs for God's existence, but as soon as you change any of the terms, forgets how they work. And he can perfectly mimic these articles of faith, but wouldn't be able to like claim them for himself. And I think in some ways the Kierkegaardian writing project is like leading you there. In that way, it's a little bit like Nietzsche. Like he can't just give you like the 10 truths of my system. He has to like shake you out of it a little bit.
Yeah, he's a deeply, reading Kierkegaard always feels a bit like being taken on an educational journey by an incredibly clever and ever so slightly eccentric schoolmaster.
Yeah. I would say this is an A-tier book.
Yeah, I would say A-tier. It's like I share your judgment that it's a very, very difficult book. I often find that it's when I've read it, I've been conscious that lots of things had gone over my head that were probably very worth knowing.
Yeah. God, we're gonna have to find some D-tier books or something somewhere on this list. I'm sorry for the last couple of books, but we'll find something.
Yeah, there'll be some rubbish classics.
Yep. Yep. Okay. What do you make of Frege's The Foundations of Arithmetic?
Yeah. So is this the Grundlagen or the Grundgesetze? Because I don't speak German, so I've actually got the Grundlagen in front of me.
Yeah. It's the smaller one.
Yeah.
It's the smaller one from 1884.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how much I spent a long time reading this book. You can see how much I basically colored it in. But I liked it more when I was younger than I like it now. Partly because I've sort of come to the conclusion that Frege relentlessly strawmans half of the people that he discusses. When he's discussing objections, I find that he's often deeply uncharitable. And when I was a teenager, or like 19, reading it, I was sort of thinking, oh right, I bet these guys were just as ridiculous as he made them seem. But then you go back and the thing that tipped me off on this is actually his attack on Mill's conception of empirically learning mathematical knowledge. And he sort of basically says, isn't it lucky that objects aren't nailed down so that we couldn't move them around? I think, I think that is basically just a straw man of an empirical story of how we learn mathematical knowledge. I think that Frege is kind of full of that. I really like him. Well, I really like the Begriftsschrift. And I think that basically, and I like On Sense and Reference, and I like his essays on thought, or his essay on thought. But I find that the Grundlagen, for me, is probably my least favorite of his works. And I think that, whereas I think that the Grundgesetze, I think I pronounced that correctly, I think can be justified just on purely historical grounds, because just him writing that brought mathematical logic forward so much. In fact, I often reflect on logicism whenever I think I've spent a lot of time studying something, or I've spent a lot of time working on something, and I just think it's been a waste of time. And I think, no, because the logicists brought logic forward loads, and that turned out to be a total waste of time as well. So, but nonetheless, loads kind of accidentally emerged out of it. So I would kind of call the Grundlagen maybe a B tier. And I feel very bad in saying that. This used to be one of my favorite philosophy books. But I find that...
I'm sympathetic to this, because there are some interesting things here about like how there is no such thing as just simply applying a number concept, but it's like applying it relative to a sortal. These are really interesting observations. And I actually kind of think that Frege is a better philosopher of language than he is, in the end, a logician. Like, even though he's a remarkable logician, but it's just like a lot of the stuff kind of gets built out of what he did. Part of that's just because he comes first, right? So I don't want to emphasize this too much, but some of this stuff, the Sinn and Bedeutung distinction, incredibly helpful. And I actually, when I'm thinking about Frege for the stuff that I love, it's on sense and reference. It's the thought. It's those essays on there. Do I think he is fairly categorizing like the psychologism about
just completely straw
mathematics? And I think Michael Dummett points out that there's really no closer period of time than like early Frege and early Husserl, when analytic and continental philosophy are like so similar. But it seems like Frege is sort of hell-bent on misunderstanding Husserl.
Yeah, I just think I don't know if it's deliberate or not. Because I know that I have heard stories that he was just quite a bad-tempered guy, Frege. And I know, if you ever read any of his private writings, he does come across as very bad-tempered. So maybe that is just true. I think that the main thing in the Grundlagen that I think stands the test of time is the definition of number. I think that was solid, and I don't think that we could have done a lot of foundations of mathematics work without that. But I think that, and that's great. Maybe it just survives based on that. But I think that I've become, whereas with a lot of philosophy books, I've become more fond of them, rereading them. I become less fond of the Grundlagen every time I read it. And I don't think that's a great sign.
No. So let's just say B. Yeah. And we can move on.
And it's in contrast to it's in contrast to his essays. It's in contrast to the Begriffsschrift, which I still think is one of the greatest works of philosophy ever. So it's.
And I think like the Grundgesetze is like this attempt, like, I'm going to build this system in the same way that I've commended other philosophers for just like going for it. It's like this incredibly ambitious work. And actually trying to understand what he accomplishes in that book is incredibly difficult, in part because it wasn't in English for a long time, so a lot of people never read it, and the notation is very strange. But going for it there, I think that's ambitious, but that's not what we're about. If we're just evaluating the foundations of arithmetic, B tier seems fair. But I know you're going to love this next one.
Oh, yeah? Because
that's Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil.
I am such a fan of Beyond Good and Evil. In fact, I'm such a fan of like the first 30 pages of Beyond Good and Evil. I think that's amazing. There's so many concepts introduced just in that little snippet. There's a book that I recently read by Maudie Clark and someone else I forgot the name of. That's really bad of me. Anyway, it's called The Soul of Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil. And it's just a commentary on the preface. And it's phenomenal, really, really great. And anyone who's watched my stuff before will know how much of a big fan I am of Maudie kind on Nietzsche. But this is fantastic, and they argue for an esoteric reading of Beyond Good and Evil, and kind of argue that at each point in the preface and then subsequently in the rest of the text, there's one way of reading him which is very obvious on the surface, but there's another way of reading him which is what he's trying to signal to the kind of the few that he thinks are really fit for his philosophy. And in a lot of other thinkers, I'm quite skeptical of the esoteric exoteric distinctions, because I think most people do write to be understood. But Nietzsche basically says that he sometimes writes to not be understood, and that he's writing for a few people, and that he's got these hidden meanings. So I actually think it's a very plausible reading of Beyond Good and Evil. I think that, I think it's fantastic. And I think that it is great for overturning assumptions that one might have made about philosophical inquiry and philosophers and philosophy. I think that, if Kant got shaken out of his dogmatic slumber, I think Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil is like a few dogmas more. You know, he just kind of comes back and destroys a whole new set of dogmas. So his charge that a lot of metaphysicians, a lot of metaphysics is reading your ethical values into the world, I think is incredibly insightful, and also reverses the natural order of expectations, which is that you'd expect somebody comes up with their metaphysics first and then their ethics. Whereas actually, Nietzsche doesn't deny that ethics and metaphysics might be, or doesn't deny here, does deny it elsewhere, that the ethics and metaphysics might be like intertwined together very, very closely. But he thinks, people start with the ethics and then end up with the metaphysics. And there's also although his psychological picture changes from Beyond Good and Evil, it's there in Beyond Good and Evil. And that's such an innovation. The idea of the human being as a collection of competing drives, each of which is almost like a mini agent in its own right, at least as much as it has aims, it has objects, and it wants to express itself. I think that is all there in Beyond Good and Evil. And I think that the psychological aspect is probably there in Beyond Good and Evil in terms of the kind of drive psychology, maybe more than any other text of his. Because he has lots of psychological reflections in the Genealogy of Morals, and he has a lot in Twilight, but like that's Twilight of the Idols, sorry, not the Stephanie Meyer vampire romance, but like psychologically insightful as I'm sure that is. But Beyond Good and Evil is where I think the heart of his psychological findings come in, and I think that is possibly the best thing about Nietzsche is his psychology.
Yep, Nietzsche is like an exceptional moral psychologist. Yeah, I mean, in the same way, he doesn't seem that he's not interested in dogmatic metaphysics.
No.
Right? He's not interested in the kind of philosophical system building that we associate with Kant, with Hegel, with Plato, or something. But he is really interested in understanding the workings of the human mind, and then like what this tells us, and then to understand like where the concepts of good and evil arise in the first place, to give this genealogy. I mean, I think just the turn to genealogy is huge.
I think the really interesting,
massively influential.
Yeah, but the really interesting thing I find about Nietzsche's genealogy, and this is just the beginning of Genealogy of Morals, is that whereas I sometimes see people use genealogical investigation today to talk about like constancy of aim over time in order to critique something, one of Nietzsche's really insightful remarks at the beginning of the genealogy is that how something originates could be very, very different from its aim and effects today. And I think that's, whereas, he's disrupting what I would say is a slightly more one-dimensional use of genealogical investigation, while he's also introducing the concept of a genealogy to philosophy. It's just an incredible achievement.
Yeah. So he not only kind of introduces the concept, but he is refining it further than later people would do it. Because you do often see this kind of, I can give this genealogy and I'll show this like evil origin or this like this terrible origin to this concept or to this institution or whatever. And then look, that's the institution we have now. So don't you know, it's the same thing. But that is itself kind of denying the possibility of change over time.
Yes.
Amongst aims. And so this is something Nietzsche seems to see early on. I mean, especially with the critiques of Christian morality, when Christianity becomes no longer the minority religion, but in fact becomes a religion of power, but the morals stay the same, right? And so it's like the function of those morals is going to change.
Yes, yeah. And I think one of the interesting things is that David Owen argues this in his commentary on genealogy, but it also applies to bits of Beyond Good and Evil as well, is that he argues that Nietzsche's reasons for devaluing Christian morality are different from the genealogy, from exposing its kind of what he sees as its repugnant origins. Because of what he said in the preface, we know that he can't think that Christian morality should be abandoned based on its origins. That can't be quite what he means. So it's kind of there's a sort of, or at least he argues, and I've seen a few other people argue this, that there's a sort of a two-way street. There's the sort of rhetorical function of exposing the origins as repugnant by its own lights. And there's also the sort of, this is weakening wills. This is leaving us in a position where we're reliant on a particular ideal that's no longer tenable, and that's gonna make us more nihilistic. And I think that's, again, there's just so much in Beyond Good and Evil and the Genealogy of Morals, because he kind of seems to treat those two as basically one contiguous work.
Yeah. Is this your favorite work by Nietzsche, by chance?
I think I actually don't know. I really like the genealogy, and I really like Twilight of the Idols. I think Twilight of the Idols might be, if I'm ever, the Nietzsche book that I will reach for is almost always Twilight of the Idols, because it's also just an absolute pleasure to read, and it's relatively short.
Yeah.
And it covers a lot of topics.
Yeah. I love the gay science.
Yeah.
I read the gay science a lot. I just pick it up a lot.
It's also, the gay science is, I think, great, partly because I think that the gay science is relatively more, like the aphorisms are relatively more self-contained than in a lot of his other works.
Yeah.
I think that Beyond Good and Evil, people often say the aphorisms are self-contained, and I really don't think they are. I think there's I think there's quite a lot of structure to the aphorisms in Beyond Good and Evil. Yeah. But the gay science, I find it much easier to pick it up, read a few pages, and think, God, those are some really nice, not necessarily that closely connected thoughts. That's amazing.
Yeah, you literally could just pick up the gay science by reading it in a random order.
Yeah.
And I'll just pick it up and open to a random page and just kind of see what's Nietzsche going to tell me today. And I think that's why I come back to it so often. But with the others, yeah, you do kind of want to read them front to back. There is actually a logical progression. I know a lot of people would say Thus Spoke Zarathustra is his greatest work, but it's interesting. It's entertaining, but it's also really difficult to decipher at times.
Incredibly
with the strange
difficult.
parables and things.
Yeah. I really struggle with Zarathustra, and in fact, quite oftentimes I sort of when I'm reading Zarathustra, I largely understand it because I think, oh, that's like that passage from one of his other works, and I think, well, that's great. But I'm not really reading Thus Spake Zarathustra now. I'm just using it to remind me of his other books.
Yeah. So, where would you place this in the?
I place it either S or A. Partly, my argument for it being A would just be that if its innovations, as I think with Beyond Good and Evil, are so psychological in nature, then maybe it oughtn't to be S tier. But I mean, I would say S tier, but I really, really love it. And also, I'm also concerned that we have so many in the S tier now that our classics are going to look.
I'm going to say A tier because I think it's a great book. It's a fantastic book. It is a book, though, that probably you need to understand in the larger corpus to really get all of its insights. And so it's a little easy to be like, it's amazing because look at what Nietzsche did. Even though it's a great book. Being A tier is great. Also, I mean, I'm just like quickly counting. We have something, I don't know, approximately 100 S tier books. So,
yes,
we have to show some discernment.
Yes,
something, you know, this is learning to discern and not to react to every stimulus is the first lesson of spirituality. That's from Twilight of the Idols. All right, James's Pragmatism.
See, I'm quite a big fan of this, but I probably wouldn't put it in S or A tiers, even though I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of pragmatism as a kind of metaphilosophical approach. I think that there are criticisms of it, but I think that a lot of the time, one of the great practical problems with doing philosophy is how do you know when you are in the midst of a philosophical issue whether it is an issue or a pseudo issue, because sometimes things are just exposed to be pseudo issues, and I think that James's pragmatist lectures are an attempt to have a crack at solving this problem. And I think that James, that thing is, William James is in some ways reminds me a little bit of Rorty as well, which is they both have versions of ideas about like truth, for example, one of which I think is like really plausible and I almost think is on the way to being like pretty on the money, and versions where they sort of lapse into saying that truth is sort of whatever's useful, and I think that that's a complete disaster. And I kind of really like James when he's being careful, and I really dislike James when he's not being careful, because I think that he did so much damage to pragmatism at the same time as doing so much work for it.
Yeah, there's a kind of easy version of the pragmatist theory of truth, which is just like truth is what's useful, or like whatever you can operationalize, like given your aims. And then there's a more robust version of it, which is like the Peircean idea that truth is basically what would be revealed in the theoretical end of inquiry.
Yeah, now, and that's sort of Kantian in that it places truth in a kind of something very stable, but also something phenomenal as opposed to noumenal.
Yeah. And of course, you know, the theoretical end of inquiry is an end we would never actually reach, but like it's a useful kind of posit to have. You know, I think pragmatism is interesting. I really like the varieties of religious experience more. And I would say in the with the idea that we need to speed up a little bit because at some point we'll lose our voices. I would say this is a B tier book.
I think my mind is on B tier as well. I think it's great. If you want to get into pragmatism, I would definitely give it a read, partly because it will have bits in there that you will be able to really disagree with. And I think that's a great thing in a philosophy book as well. But I think that as a work, I think that B tier is probably where it belongs.
I would say since you should not get into pragmatism, you don't need to read it. Okay, Heidegger's Being and Time.
Oh, well, you know far more about this than I do.
I'd like to think that I know a lot about Heidegger's Being and Time, but I realized that I might have made a critical error when I read it, which is that I read it in conjunction with Hubert Dreyfus's Berkeley lectures.
Oh, right. Okay.
And it was really helpful for me one summer when I decided to read this book on my own. But then I discovered that anyone who's not a Dreyfus student thinks that Hubert Dreyfus completely maims and like butchers Being in Time.
Oh, I really like Hubert Dreyfus generally, so that makes me sad.
Yeah, well, they say that basically he reduces Heidegger, turns like things being at hand into a terms of like kind of know-how, and that he is trying to basically take these analytic philosophy categories in epistemology and metaphysics, and then show how Heidegger anticipated them.
Right.
This is the spirit of the critique. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time or the inclination, admittedly, to like go back and really readily assess it for myself. I read this book because I was such an analytic philosophy guy for a long time that I was like, you know what, I'm going to like make an honest effort of reading one of like the monumental works of continental philosophy, and I'm going to and of phenomenology of all things, to just like try to make sense of it. And I found it to be an incredibly pleasant experience. I did not find this to be like, I didn't want to gouge my eyes out. I would just read a few pages a day. I spent a whole summer reading it, and I thought it was great. And I think that the insight of like Dasein as the being for whom its own being is a question is such a cool insight. And I think there's something right about that. In the same way that like Kierkegaard thinks that anxiety is this, the freedom just gives you anxiety because it's like it's being confronted with the possibility of choice. What we are as like reflective beings are beings who have to ask questions about our own being. And so like we are these sort of, and so for us, these problems and these questions naturally emerge out of this, but that we've sort of forgotten the question of being, and that we have to sort of recover how to ask that question. I think it's so insightful, even just to like start the book. This is also a difficult book to assess, though, because Heidegger doesn't finish it. He never writes Division 3. I kind of had this fondness for like the great unfinished works of philosophy. And I think part of the reason he never finishes Division 3, but he keeps writing, is that he thinks that the project is maybe unsalvageable. So like he then goes on to extend, to do his Hegel critiques and like to do his further lectures. So I think that Heidegger's Being in Time, I mean, there's so much in it. The distinction between being at hand and present at hand, however you understand this, is I think useful. I also think that there's this nice illustration that's used to try to explain it, of like the blacksmith using his hammer, and the hammer is like an extension of his arm, and he knows exactly, and it is being at hand. And then when it breaks, it becomes objectively present to him. It becomes present at hand. So suddenly you're aware of its like its dimensions, and you're aware of its like size and things like this. So as soon as it no longer affords you opportunities, suddenly you relate to it in a completely different way. I don't know if this is just me parroting Dreyfus or if this is actually in Heidegger. This is the problem. And in a way, I think Heidegger anticipates stuff that would be called Gibsonian psychology. This idea that like nature is a set of affordances. And it's sort of like, it doesn't just present itself to you as like water. It presents itself to you as like things you can do in water, how you like what it affords you to do. And I think that's a very interesting way. It's a little Kantian in a way.
It is, yeah.
But it's like interest sensitive Kantianism.
I think that's
like,
what I would say. I think a lot of the interesting developments of Kant are de-necessitating categories and seeing what contingency there is there.
Yeah. So we just become, given our interest and our needs or whatever, our perception of the world changes. I think that's an interesting insight. Maybe that's in Heidegger. Let's I would say though, part two is never written, right? He seees to eventually abandon the project of Dasein. I mean, there's of course like all the personal problems with Heidegger, but we didn't bring those up with Frege either. So it's like that's not that's not what we're evaluating. I would call it a B tier book. It's very good. It's very solid.
Okay, I do not understand Heidegger really at all. I certainly don't understand this book.
Yeah. Well, then let's just move on to the next one. And I want to tear this book apart.
Oh, which one's that?
Which is A.J. Ayer's Language, Truth, and Logic.
Right, because my position on Language, Truth, and Logic is that I think that it's wrong. I just don't think it's wrong for the reasons that people often give for it being wrong. So the criticism that I often see leveled at Language, Truth, and Logic is that is that it's self-refuting. And I really don't buy that, because I think that is a
the verification principle.
Yeah, because and this you get this gets leveled at Carnap as well, where people say, oh, you've divided things into things that are true by definition or things that are verifiable, but but that principle itself is neither verifiable nor true by definition. But actually, Ayer defines it. It is true by definition, and then he argues for it on the basis of trying to separate fruitful from fruitless inquiry. So it's actually, so I don't know. I don't think that logical positivism is right. I do think that there's something in the spirit of logical positivism, but I don't think that I don't think that Language, Truth, and Logic is correct in a lot of its claims.
Well, I think that the best parts of Language, Truth, and Logic are eventually refined, or are found in refined forms in some of Carnap's writing.
Yeah,
like
Carnap is just
semantics and ontology.
Carnap, I think, is the best that tradition of philosophy ever gets, because I just think that Carnap's so clever, and I think that he deals with a lot of the. I think the thing about Language, Truth, and Logic is that it's really crude. Like, and Ayer says this. The preface to the second edition is just him being like, "Yeah, I was really young when I wrote this, and there are loads of problems with it, but it's still cool."
Yeah. I think he was 26. He was enamored by the Vienna Circle.
Yes, yeah.
And he thought to himself, like, wow, like, I'll just write this up. I'll like write this bold new program. I agree that it's a little too quick to say that the principle of verification is self-refuting. This also gets levied against like skeptics, right? Like skepticism is self-refuting. And I always find the self-refuting charges to be a little too quick. They're usually assuming something. And we could probably, it just seems to me like you could, okay, cool. Maybe as presented, it's self-refuting. I can easily refine it so that it's not self-refuting. Yeah. Like that, and that's what's important. It's the division of so much of human inquiry into nonsense that it seems like, however it could be. I mean, clearly, like he says, like all of metaphysics is nonsense, all of theology is nonsense, all of ethics is literally nonsense, and so we get the kind of crude version of emotivism.
Yes, which is kind of, and I'm a really big fan of what emotivism, well, what we now call expressivism, ends up being, where it pays tribute to the propositional content of ethical expressions and just incorporates this emotive element to them. But I think that, the way that Ayer puts emotivism is, I think, just far too quick. And I also think he's just very quick to dismiss theology. Like most theological claims I see made aren't unverifiable. At the very least, they're verifiable post-death. And oftentimes they're just like, as in, like somebody's making an argument for the resurrection of Christ. Oftentimes that's no more mysterious in principle than an argument about what Napoleon did at Waterloo. It's just that it's might be more difficult to come up with evidence about it, but it's not necessarily, it's not a totally different style of argument. And I think that, I think that a lot of Ayer's dismissal of theology and actually a fair amount of his dismissal of aspects of metaphysics are a little bit based on like think of when he thinks of metaphysics, he like thinks of like really, really out there forms of idealism. And when he thinks of theology, he thinks, like angels dancing on the head of a pin. And I just don't think that a lot of the things that we call metaphysics and theology fall into those categories.
Yeah, I mean, to go back to someone we talked about earlier, for Spinoza, metaphysics is a matter of definitions.
Yes, yeah.
So it's like, is Spinoza's metaphysics nonsense? On Ayer's, he would seem to want to say so, but it just seems like you're just misconstruing the possibility here. Like, like it's, I think at the time, the writers here, they are more historically grounded than like maybe contemporary analytic philosophers are, but it seemed like he wasn't giving them like kind of their full due. Maybe this is still part of that like early analytic rejection of idealism, where like we're not going back to the dark old days. But yeah, it moves too quickly. It moves too quickly throughout. It's a tiny book. I used to teach it actually, and I used to teach a class called Philosophical Classics, and I would teach that as like the last book there that I taught, because it is easy to teach to undergrads, and it introduces them to some interesting distinctions. But as a robust work, even of logical positivism or logical empiricism, it's just not nearly as interesting, especially when you can get later into like the problems of verification in the philosophy of science, and versus the problems of falsifiability. But even falsifiability, has conceptual problems. Yeah. I think those elements become much more interesting. In air themselves, they are mostly very uninteresting.
Yeah, it's basically just, I think that anything that is in air is incarnate better. And there's a really interesting anecdote about Air from one of his biographers. I don't know if you've come across this. The idea that Air was at a party of a fashion designer in New York in like the 80s or the 70s or something. And a young Mike Tyson was like bothering Naomi Campbell. And they're both very, very young. And Air goes and tries to interrupt. And Mike Tyson says, "Do you know who I am? I'm the heavyweight champion of the fucking world." And Air says, "Ah, yes, and I am the former Wickham professor of logic. We're both preeminent in our field. Let's discuss this like rational gentlemen." And like, that can't be true, right? That can't have happened. Yeah, but it's in his biography. I can't remember who the biographer is, but it is that. Like, it's
such a good story.
Yeah,
it's such a good story. Yeah. I was also thinking, this book has one of the earlier statements of the deflationary theory of like a redundancy theory of truth.
I think that's pretty cool.
Oh, boo, 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 boo. Like, this is like, yeah. Since I'm so kind of not a deflationist about truth, I'm a former deflationist who kind of changed my mind, right? But like, I think, I don't love that. Then again, I did think deflationism as a theory of truth became really interesting because of like how radical no one realized how radical it was when it gets put forward. And then, it takes like people like Paul Horwich, and it takes even a little bit of Brandom with the prosententialism stuff to really show you how radical it actually is to become a deflationist about truth. It starts off about like a simple observation about like the logical status of the truth predicate.
Yes, yeah.
And then it turns out like I have to have a different theory of meaning. I have to have a different theory of metaphysics. Like everything changes actually, which tells me that truth is a substantive concept that was clearly doing a lot of like load-bearing work for us.
I think that deflationism is fine so long as, but it shuffles off questions, right? Like it just places the questions elsewhere. It doesn't actually solve them. Like you have to have a significantly more substantive theory of meaning or judgment or belief. All of these things become much weightier because they were all leaning on a substantive concept of truth. Yeah. And I mean, I think that deflationism is historically interesting, and I like it when I'm in certain moods, but I just don't think it tracks our ordinary usage of truth. Yeah. We were talking about this the other day.
Yeah, a great instance of this actually is in Paul Horwich's book, where he discusses the problem of vagueness and basically how does deflationism reconcile itself with the problem of vagueness. And he's like, oh, well, that's fine because epistemicism about vagueness is true. Like Timothy Williams' view that vague predicates actually perfectly pick out some precisification, but we can't know them. And he's like, and so deflationism doesn't have a problem. And it's like, wait, to save your deflationary theory, you have to choose the most radical view on vagueness.
I know a view on vagueness, which I would argue that a lot of deflationists would not want to accept. Like it's like marrying. It's like when I realized a while ago that my rejection of the fine tuning problem was wedded to a really, really extreme frequentism about probability theory, and I was like, oh no, I can't reject it on that basis.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have to wonder like. Horwich is also a use theorist of meaning. And so it's like somehow predicates get defined by their use in certain communities of speakers. And somehow it magically works out so that the use uniquely determines a precise meaning of every predicate. And no speaker in that community could possibly know it.
I know, that just strikes me to be so in tension with itself.
Yeah. There's this like, okay, the philosophical and like theoretical baggage here is unsalvageable, or it's too much. It's too much of a burden, basically. But anyway, I would call Language, Truth, and Logic a D tier book.
I think that's fair. I actually think that Air would probably agree with that. I think that it sparked a lot of, I think, very high quality thinking. But I think in and of itself, almost everything in Language, Truth, and Logic is better put elsewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Camus' The Myth of Sisyphus.
I used to love this book, and now I like it a lot less. And I think that was Camus' experience with it as well, because I think that it's, in a lot of ways, I think that The Myth of Sisyphus kind of hand waves a lot of the hard work of being an absurdist. And I think that Camus' later works, like The Plague especially, I think just build up that concept much more substantively in terms of resisting together and, community and friendship and dealing with disaster as a solidified humanity. I think that is the kind of substantive machinery that absurdism needs to be a theory of existential well-being that would work for a non-trivial number of people. Like I don't think people often appreciate just how insanely radical The Myth of Sisyphus is. It's like, he's describing absurd heroes, and he's describing people that you would call morally repugnant and people that you would think are completely miserable and untethered from any conception of reality or identity or community. And I think that's what his later books work into it and thus create a much more fleshed out form of absurdism. I think it's a real shame that The Myth of Sisyphus is Camus' best known book, because I think it's one of his weakest in terms of philosophical argumentation.
And I think the most philosophically evocative stuff he does is just the fiction.
Yeah.
And so just as I think this is generally true for existentialists, the fiction tends to be quite good, and the philosophy tends to leave at least something to be desired. As we think about like the 20th century existential, though we'll talk about it in a moment. I think Existentialism is a Humanism is a very good book.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I'm in two minds about that one.
I'm more positive about that book, but so I would say, I think you've said everything I would want to say about The Myth of Sisyphus. Maybe like a C tier book. Does that seem fair to you?
I still think it's very worth reading, but I think that Camus, reflecting on it, would think this is deeply incomplete because he spends the rest of his career filling in the gaps.
Yeah. Okay, Russell's History of Western Philosophy.
Bertrand Russell as one of the greatest philosophers of the 20th century and also one of the greatest purveyors of misinformation about philosophy ever.
Yes. Yes. I mean, if you want a history of philosophy, you should buy... I know you like the Kennedy book, the Anthony Kennedy book, right? I like the Copleston volumes or the condensed Copleston. There are so many better options than reading the History of Western Philosophy. It's amazing because it tries to guide you from the pre-Socratics to the 20th century. It is also amazing because Russell clearly thinks he's the smartest guy to have ever lived, and is like, I will now tell you why everyone else is a moron.
It's really like that. It is a bit like, you ever come across someone that's really good at coding and thinks that everything else must be trivial by comparison? There's like a certain type of guy who's a bit like that. It is normally a guy. Not to generalize. And Russell is a bit like that. He's like, I was really good at the ramified theory of types, and now I'm going to show everyone, I'm going to spend the next 5 chapters dunking on Germans who like a lot of the time he's working on secondary literature as well. So it's not like he went and read all of these people. He tends to be working on kind of like sort of the sense in the air about them more than anything else.
Yeah. I mean, actually, in Problems of Philosophy, when he's talking about the King of France is bald, he says like, he makes this joke that Hegelians who love a contradiction will just say that he wears a wig, because it's like the King of France is bald versus not bald, and there's no King of France. And that's a funny joke, but it kind of is indicative of his reading of basically every German.
Yes, he just has no time for them. But like, and it's fine. It's fine for that not to be your thing. But like, if you're gonna write a 200-page roast of all of these thinkers, then like it would be worth getting to grips with them a little bit.
Yeah, analytic philosophy is kind of birthed in, at least in the UK, out of a rejection of British idealism. There's a heavy British idealist contingent at places like Cambridge, and G.E. Moore and Bertrand Russell are at least partly educated in that.
Mm.
And I think More is actually more educated than that because for so much of Russell's life, he was just doing mathematics.
Yes.
So, so More, I think, also tends to get, like, The Refutation of Idealism is not maybe his most amazing paper, but he at least kind of sort of knows what he's talking about when it comes to the idealist. With Russell, it's not even that he doesn't know what he's talking about. There's almost like no desire to learn what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's a deeply incurious work, the history of Western philosophy. It's sort of like, or at least, well, the middle bit is, like he pays lip service to things like Parmenides and stuff like that. Though I think even then he kind of strawmans him a little bit. But it's just when you get to the middle section and basically Russell just loses his patience almost. And it's fine. I'm not saying, none of these thinkers are above critique, but it's just that his critique is so dismissive and it's based on straw versions of each of these thinkers that it becomes, as I say, biggest purveyor of philosophical misinformation of the 20th century. And it has led to, but people, British undergrads at least, because that was my contingent, do read this and not realize that it is straw manning. It's not like, because again, another good reason for going back to reading primary text and analytic philosophy courses, because there's not the tools to recognize that it's just lampooning all of these thinkers with versions of them that do not exist. People will read Russell on Nietzsche and go, oh, right, that's what Nietzsche is. He was just like a kind of monster who made a bunch of stuff up and wasn't really a philosopher, and he basically just wrote like his musings without any thought going into it. And I think, that's just not true at all.
Yeah. I think there's no point in belaboring this. It's an F tier book.
It's an F tier book. And I'm glad we got one.
Yes. So we don't love everything, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's garbage. I have it on my shelf just because I have a bunch of history, like single volume histories of philosophy. But will I ever pick it up for fun? Unless I want to be sort of like mad. Sometimes you read something just to make yourself mad. But yeah. Okay, the next book is Sartre's Existentialism is a Humanism, which I like. It's clearly a defensive work. He's starting it off by saying no one understands the existentialist. Everyone thinks that we're like so awful, etc. So like, let me kind of give you the background for it. And the few parts that I like about it, I like the emphasis on the death of God as tragedy and actually changing the condition of man. I think this is interesting. He actually tries to make sense of the assertion that existence precedes essence, because given the death of God, there's no designer in this way. There's no sort of, in the way that like a human being fashions a stool, and so its essence precedes its existence because it's made for a function. There is no one doing that for human beings, and human beings are the only creatures that are then capable of like reflecting on themselves and asking, okay, then what is my essence? And you realize you find nothing. And now you have to make a choice. Now then you're kind of thrown into the world, and you're kind of unmoored from the world. And that, I think, it's a really nice presentation of sort of the basics of existentialism.
Yeah,
I find quite compelling. I find it more compelling here than I find it elsewhere.
That's really interesting. I think, for me, the thing that leaps out to me as my favorite part of existentialism as a humanism is the indeterminacy of the solutions of moral problems. Like that idea that actually we encounter moral situations that are so complex and difficult and vaguely defined that at a certain point you just are making a decision about who you are. And to attempt to, and like any attempt to break it down into a bookkeeping or calculation would just be futile. And the example he gives of the student who will either look after his aging mother or join the French resistance. And it's like, actually that's so complicated. Like, what do you do? I think that's, this idea that sensible people could come to oppositional answers to that, and really that says something about them, I think is a really cool moral psychological insight. I think for me, the reason why existentialism is a humanism, I find is a bit of a mixed bag, is because I think that a lot of the concepts about like existence preceding essence are stated elsewhere, even in not necessarily atheist texts. Like the existence preceding essence thing isn't too far off the concept of anxiety. It's just reframed ever so slightly. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I think it's a useful concept. You want to hold on to it. But I think for me, I prefer the way it's put elsewhere.
I do think there are some other things, like he denies determinism, basically based on the fact that there is no essence that could determine your choices. That seems like a very weird argument against determinism.
I also think
unless you mean it in a very limited sense.
Yeah, he's also very convinced that his existentialist project is totally doomed if determinism is true, and I don't think it is at all. I just think that you just have to come up with a different way of framing things. There's still choices attributable to a you, even if the you is not freely making choices. Like that, I think there's still a sensible post-deterministic existentialism, and I don't know. I think that
he also insists that when you make a choice, to join the French Resistance or to take care of your ailing mother, you're like endorsing a picture of what should be true for all human beings.
Yeah, and
that seems in conflict with the idea that sensible people could come to radically different conclusions.
Yes, I think that, and I also think that Sartre's picture sometimes, or at least I think in existentialism is a humanism, he sometimes comes across as endorsing a sort of picture of values as collection of chosen actions. And I'm not quite sure I'm on board with that either. And I don't think that he's fully on board with it either, because elsewhere, like in sections of Being and Nothingness, he doesn't seem as sold on this. And I don't know if it's just the fact that it's a short condensation of his philosophy, or whether this is a genuine position that he holds. But I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sold on that as well. I think there is substantive philosophical psychology to do about drives and motivations and how your values fall out of that, as opposed to your values are in some way equivalent to a set of choices. Then again, I might just be misremembering him there.
Yeah. So I would put this book. I'm kind of at C tier, I think, with this book.
Yeah, C or B. Let's go C, because again, it's very top heavy.
I think C. Yeah, I mean, it's light on arguments. It's a lecture thing. It's a nice introduction, but I think C here. I think if we're giving the Myth of Sisyphus C, we should give this C. But there's one other existentialist text we could talk about, which is Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex.
See, I've not read all of this, but the sections that I've read, I've really enjoyed. And also, I think that sometimes, I don't know if this is a complete heresy to say, I think sometimes de Beauvoir may do Sartre's philosophy better than Sartre, just because I think that I think that de Beauvoir is like, in some ways, she's really empirical, and I really like that. I think that this kind of empirical fleshing out of this shared philosophy that they've crafted together and applying it to, the female experience, I think is great. And I think that's kind of, I almost wish that Sartre had written something like that about the male experience as well. I just feel like it's a natural, it seems to me like doing the work, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like he's got this framework that you and Sartre have crafted, and this is a grand application of it, incorporating all sorts of empirical observations and literary studies. And I mean, I got into it, or at least the section that I'm most familiar with are the bits where she's talking about various different French authors and how they depict women, and kind of psychologically analyzing that. And I thought, that's brilliant. There's this is really interesting. And I think that, again, I've not read the whole thing, so maybe the bits that I haven't read are like completely awful. But I quite like the approach of taking the reasonably abstract philosophical system of something like Being and Nothingness and their, Sartre and de Beauvoir shared philosophical pedigree, and applying it to a concrete case.
Yeah, and I think it helps give rise to, well, it helps to make sense of, the more foundational claims of like existence preceding essence. And what does it mean? Like the essence of woman, right? I'm going to show you how this was like, you're being made into one by like putting you through like these social conditionings. And it does seem to me that like existentialism does actually end up needing to do a lot of historical work.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
It needs to show how and you don't see that, certainly not in existentialism as a humanism. And Simone de Beauvoir is just like just doing that work. And my wife recently just read this. She took about a month and read the whole thing.
Wow.
And so cool. She came up to me, she's like, I'm so angry because I had been handed like slogans from this book, like when I took an intro to feminism kind of course, but we never read it. And it's way more interesting than anybody ever said. Like it's like actually all the details matter. I mean, and so she knows it better than I do at this point, certainly. But yeah, it's actually remarkably long too. It's like a
It's
really
like
big
600
book.
pages. It's a real
Yeah.
brick. And
Yeah.
I also like the fact that just in the act of writing it, de Beauvoir illustrates that the relevance and the specifics of an existentialist story are going to be different for different people. And I think that in and of itself, like we very, very often, I think, fall into the trap of thinking of existentialism as a grand approach to the human condition. And like, not to I mean, I don't think Arendt does this, despite the similarity of the names. But like, I think we sometimes see existentialism as a grand approach or the attempt to find a solution to either existence preceding essence or just, a solution to existential well-being that will fit the predefined human existential needs. And I think that one of the things that de Beauvoir illustrates in The Second Sex is that the existentialist story is going to be different for different people and different types of people and different people depending on their prior experiences and how they've been raised. And I just think that's such a needed development of existentialism.
Yeah. I would probably call this an A-tier book.
Certainly from what I've read. As I say, I've probably only read a couple hundred pages from it out of order in various sections. So but from what I've read, I've really, really enjoyed it.
And also, if you're just thinking about how foundational it is, like feminist theory has to overcome de Beauvoir, right? But like it's huge. We have feminist philosophy in part because of de Beauvoir. So it's like historical import as well. I would say, A-tier book. All right, Wittgenstein's Philosophical Investigations.
I mean, this is an absolutely cracking book. I think fantastic. And I mean, the thing that people know from it is language games, but also this is attempting to in some ways just define an entire new way of doing philosophy that is kind of pluralistic and recognizes that we can often, like in a totally different way to in Wittgenstein's earlier work, that we can trap ourselves into particular semantic ways of looking at questions that just dissolve. He has this metaphor of showing your way out of the fly bottle. I think that's just a great insight in and of itself.
I like it in a way because it's almost like a reclaiming of this classical picture of philosophy as a kind of like therapy for the mind or for the soul. Like philosophy is tying you up in all these knots. And actually now we're going to use philosophy to show how we went astray in tying ourselves up in all of these knots. And then the problems just kind of dissolve. I think it's great. I think the private language argument is super interesting.
Yes,
even if there's the Kripkenstein stuff too. But I think it's great. This was the first book. I don't know where my copy is now, but it's somewhere that I just destroyed. Because I marked it up so much and just kept reading it.
It is fantastic, and I really like the return to philosophy as something therapeutic, and I also like the fact Wittgenstein. In some ways, Wittgenstein doesn't do much of that in Philosophical Investigations, but he's just like clearing the way for it. It's very much, you could almost have the subtitle "A Prelude to the Philosophy of the Future." Kind of a sort of way of allowing for that type of therapeutic philosophy back in, and a way of doing it that isn't necessarily he's putting it forward as like the only or systematic way of doing it. I mean, and also it's just nice to have standard philosophical working assumptions like representationalism about language just challenged. If nothing else, I think that's just very healthy.
And he ended up giving other philosophers just things for their toolkits, like family resemblance.
Yes, that's and how could you? It seems insane that we never had that. You know what I mean? Like, that's such a good idea.
And so as soon as you have it, you're like, oh wait, concepts aren't necessarily these well-defined things, but rather, they're almost like what are the ring species? Are you familiar with this in biology? You'll like birds who can mate with like the closest ones, but if you went to like the other end of the ring, they can't. But they're all sort of related in some fashion, and maybe a lot of our concepts are like that, right? And just like introducing a little bit of that indeterminacy into it, I think is really, really useful. I don't know how much actually falls on whether or not game ends up being a family, cluster concept.
I think it's clearly. The concept of family resemblance applies to so many concepts that whether it applies to game just seems, I think that I was just thinking that bringing how language is used back into philosophy of language was brilliant because it had become quite abstracted from how language is actually used. And I have time for that kind of philosophy of language, but introducing back ordinary language is a really good idea.
And how language is acquired. too.
Yes, yeah. Well, because it begins by commenting on St. Augustine, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
people and saying basically Augustine mentions how he learned to speak, and that's completely false. That's not how anybody
just
learns
not
to
how
speak.
anyone learns to speak. And it's and it clears the way for so much great philosophy. I mean, just and it melds philosophy and linguistics together a bit more closely. I like that. I like my philosophy of language quite close to my cognitive linguistics.
Yeah. Like I said, I worked a lot with in the linguistics department as I was working on my PhD. I had a semanticist on my dissertation committee, and it's that kind of empirically minded approach to language that sort of comes back with Wittgenstein, even though he would hate the formalization and stuff maybe that we were doing. But it was this idea of like looking to speakers. I mean, you probably plausibly don't get Chomskyan like generative grammar without Wittgenstein either.
No,
with the reliance on speaker intuitions and things like this, where you have to have a theory of speaker knowledge. Wittgenstein maybe sort of opens the way to all of this. I mean, Chomsky gives his own philosophical genealogy. So he doesn't include Wittgenstein, but I think there's something there. Yes. I would call this an A tier book.
I think A tier is very fair.
Yeah. I think all right, we've got 3 more. We'll go a little fast because I'm losing my voice. It turns out talking for however many hours we've talked about.
I think we're almost 4 hours.
Yes. Okay. Hannah Arendt's Eichmann in Jerusalem. This was a suggestion that you put on. And I thought it was interesting because when I think of my favorite Arendt books, I think of The Human Condition and I think of The Life of the Mind.
That's really, I think of Eichmann in Jerusalem. And I think it's partly just because it left such an impression on me when I was younger. I read this when I was a teenager. And I think it really inculcated in me a deep skepticism of my own moral goodness. And I think that was really healthy. In fact, I think that's probably one of the most valuable things that philosophy has ever taught me, is to have a healthy skepticism in my own judgment of myself as a reasonably good person. Because we all, if you poll people, we all think we're reasonably good people. And I think that something like Eichmann in Jerusalem is really good at demonstrating that might be nothing to do, to use the Stoic metaphor, there might be nothing to do with the shape of you. It might just be to do with the hill that you happen to have been rolled down. And I think that it's fantastic for demonstrating that. And I actually read it in conjunction with a book called Ordinary Men. Maybe it was called Ordinary Men. It was a historical study of a particular group of Nazis who killed lots of people. And it was about how completely strangely ordinary they were. And that was the pair of them together just completely punched me in the face. And
I do like the emphasis here on thoughtlessness.
Yes, yeah.
That giving up on thought is actually the precondition for committing for many people committing all of these atrocities. That it wasn't because they all willingly chose evil.
Yes.
It was because they sort of gave up on thinking, and then someone else could think for them and just order them to do it, and they would just say, okay. There was a great article actually about Eichmann that was published maybe a couple of years ago. I'll link it down below if I remember. That actually shows the historical record means that actually about Eichmann,
yes,
Arendt might have been totally wrong.
I've heard that she vastly overstated the extent to which he wasn't an anti-Semite, and actually he was kind of a rabid anti-Semite.
There's posthumous stuff, or of him basically records of him basically saying no, I was thrilled by what we were doing.
I think that's why one of the reasons why I brought up Ordinary Men is because that has a much more grounded historical account of how the banality of evil does manifest, even if it doesn't quite manifest in Eichmann. Because
pinning it on Eichmann as a psychological profile of Eichmann, I think would miss the point of the book.
Yes, yeah.
Because it's Eichmann is just, he's the inciting incident. He is why she's there in Jerusalem, right, or whatever. But she's not. It's not there to just give you a portrait of Eichmann. It's not a New Yorker profile. It is an investigation into what happens when we stop thinking.
Yeah, it's not about Eichmann. It's about you. I think that was actually in the preface to my copy. It might have been. It might have not been. I might have just. That might be a kind of false memory. As I said, this is way back when I was a teenager. But it's a very cheesy way to introduce the book.
Yeah, I would still maybe call this a B tier book. I think it's very good, but
yeah, I think it has some really good observations. It is very light on argumentation, but it's. I don't think it's largely an observational book. It's here's what I saw. Yeah. And I had a very big impact on me personally, but in terms of it's less philosophically impressive than a lot of Arendt's other books. Like The Human Condition is much more philosophically impressive than Eichmann in Jerusalem.
Her facility with history alone in that book.
Yes, is fantastic.
Is amazing. Yeah, but yeah, let's say B tier for this book. All right, 2 more. This one is Singer's Animal Liberation.
Oh, I haven't read it.
Oh my god! Oh, okay, wow.
I was trying to call back into my mind all the Singer books that I've read, and it's not on there. It's
wow. Okay, cool. Well, I'll give you the rundown. It is basically, Singer is about the closest we have to like a classical utilitarian.
Yes, yeah.
In fact, in his
so
ethical theory,
hardcore.
he's very unsophisticated. And he's just like, this is just classical utilitarianism is basically correct. And then the book is just a quick argument for why if classical utilitarianism is true, and even if maybe you don't have to fully assume it, but just like if you believe that suffering matters, animal rights or animal welfare matters. One of the things is he's not an animal rights theorist. He doesn't believe in rights in any of his work, I believe. And that's very classical utilitarian as well. And then the rest of the book is basically, here is all the evil stuff we do to animals.
I suspect one of the reasons I haven't read this book is as a form of sort of moral self-preservation, because I'm not a vegetarian. Yeah. I suspect I probably ought to be.
Yeah, I think that it depends on what we're going to count as like a great work of philosophy, which I guess is the whole point of the video, right? But when it comes to like the robustness of the arguments and how sophisticated the arguments are, does it stand up to any of the things that we've put even in like A tier? No, they're all pretty straightforward. They're all pretty simple arguments. When it comes to its clarity in sense of like, here is exactly the thing I'm arguing for, and let me just give you case after case that's going to convince you that what you're doing is wrong. It's great in that respect. And it was written really for a popular audience. Almost every other book that we've talked about here, maybe Eichmann in Jerusalem isn't like this, but it wasn't written for philosophers in mind.
No.
It was written to communicate to large numbers of people the state of animal welfare, especially when it relates to factory farming.
And to be honest, Singer is fantastic at pulling you up on moral shortcomings, like famine, poverty, and affluence. I think famine, affluence, and morality. I always get the two.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Famine, affluence, and morality is another one where it just kind of basically says, look, from very plausible starting points, you're really fucking up, and it is really quite gut punching.
Like, it turns out that the same bad reasons we would use to not save the drowning child that's in Famine, Affluence, and Morality, right? The drowning child argument. The same bad reasons, like I don't want to ruin my boots or my father's suit, are the same bad reasons that we don't save kids from starving in Africa or in other impoverished areas. They're the same bad arguments we use to basically justify to ourselves like all of this moral wrongdoing that we're committing on a regular basis. And I think that he's really great about oh, but what about distance? Well, distance actually isn't what is morally relevant. It's about whether or not you could make a difference. Well, can you make a difference? Yes, here's exactly how. He's very, very good at that. And so as an applied ethicist, he's very good. As an ethical theorist, he's kind of mediocre. And that's not actually a criticism, because I don't think he sees himself as being like a robust ethical theorist. I think he just sees himself as making the case based on plausible premises about morality that we need to do a lot for human welfare, but also for animal welfare.
Yeah, because in a lot of his practical ethics work, he kind of goes out of his way to say that you don't need to be like a utilitarian, or you don't need to be, you don't have to swallow the whole utilitarian pill. You just need to think that plausibly pain and pleasure have some moral value, even if it's not the be all and end all. Most people do agree with that. Like it's pretty, you'd have to throw out quite a lot of common sense moral intuitions to not have that as part of your moral worldview.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes it so interesting. He is arguing from really minimal premises.
Yes, yeah.
And then to show you that actually some radical conclusions follow when it comes to everyday morality. And that I think that's good. And I would give this I would give it an A tier for that. Even though it's not like the most philosophically impressive, how well he's able to kind of carry out that project. I would say A tier. I don't know. You look like you might disagree.
Well, I've not read this one, so I'm I'm
of
happy
course.
to defer. I know it's one of the only major Singer books that I haven't read actually. I read the Expanding Circle, but I actually really disagreed with that.
That is insane. That is insane that you're like, I've read the minor Singer books, but not, the thing that started the animal liberation movement.
Yes, yeah. I do need to read it.
You could knock it out in an afternoon.
Oh, nice. In which case, maybe
you'd be able to breeze through it, and you can skip the pictures, or don't. That might be part of the problem. All right, our final book.
Okay.
Is David Lewis's On the Plurality of Worlds.
That is such a niche pick for our final book. I love that.
I just wanted to I wanted to do some real mid 20th century weirdo analytic philosophy.
Yeah, that is so for those who haven't come across this particular Lewis book, he's arguing for a position called concrete modal realism, which is the idea that possible worlds, when we talk about possibilities, we often analyze those in terms of possible worlds, which are a lot of people view as theoretical constructions, as possibilities that could exist that we then investigate through thoughts to try and compare situations. And David Lewis's argument is that you can't do that, in his view, unless you affirm the concrete reality of those worlds. So for him, a world being real is just like an indexical term. It's like saying, I'm here. All it does is signal the world that you are at. But all of these other concrete modal realist worlds exist. But this is different from the idea of a parallel world or a parallel universe, because these are causally isolated. So if you were to discover a parallel universe that we could interact with in our world, then that wouldn't be what Lewis is referring to. Lewis is referring to possible worlds and arguing for their concrete real existence, which, I mean, this was a wild book to read at undergrad.
Yeah, they are concrete. They are causally isolated. They are also somehow epistemically accessible.
Yes, yeah.
Or at least we can at least generalize about them. And they're incredibly useful for things like the analysis of causation, counterfactuals, etc. It's basically the ultimate exercise in biting bullets.
Yeah, it just bites all of them.
I use possible worlds in all of my philosophy. So I think that the best way to make sense of this is to just say that they're just like this world. And it's very parsimonious in this way. It multiplies entities, but it doesn't multiply kinds of entities.
Right? One kind.
There's just one kind, concrete worlds. This is different than Kripke, who just says that basically they are theoretical posits. It's different than Plantinga, who sees them as these kind of abstract objects. It is maybe the most widely ridiculed work in modal metaphysics, while at the same time, David Lewis was incredibly influential in like late 20th century philosophy, and probably still is.
And he writes. David Lewis himself writes on an absurd number of topics. I used to have a game I'd play with my other friends at undergrad, where any module we would come to, we would the person would win if they were the last person who managed to read a bit of Lewis in that module. So the idea was how long could you last until, in order to understand something or in order to complete a paper or something, you had to read something by Lewis. And that was really fun, although it meant that I read less Lewis than I ought to have done. But the concrete modal realism as a position, I once gave a defense of this by arguing from a really kind of quite deflationary position. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek. I gave a defense of this by saying that all of our norms around not positing extraneous objects and attempting to minimize ontology, those are all to do with like pragmatic considerations in this world. They're to do with, wanting to minimize, wanting to have wieldy theories and stuff like that. And if these worlds never causally interact with our world, then fine, have as many of them as you want. I don't really know what existence means in that sense. Clearly, whatever kind of existence you're positing, it's not relevant for me ever. So go for it. And I remember one of my friends who was very earnestly a fan of this theory went, this sounds like a defense of concrete modal realism, but you're also mocking it at the same time. And I went, I'm not meaning to, really. I just sort of think that the notion of existence that Lewis is appealing to here is so irrelevant to how we use the term in almost every other situation, that I almost think, well, you may as well be a concrete modal realist because nothing hangs on that.
Yeah. It remains to be seen, I think. Well, no, I just don't think Lewis successfully establishes that concrete modal realism is the only way to get all of the theoretical benefits. Clearly, he's arguing against like Plantinga in some places, and we'd have to like think about those individual arguments. But I've never seen a reason to even just go beyond being like a modal fictionalist.
Yeah, no, I don't see any. I've never been massively convinced by the arguments for not just viewing them as convenient theoretical posits.
Yeah. The only reason I don't just say this is completely crazy and not even worth thinking about is just that Lewis was so good at doing philosophy about everything else.
Yes,
it's kind of like
it's very, very odd. It's like, you know, it's like it's like the smartest person you know just became a flat earther. And it's just
that's what it feels like.
Maybe there's something in this.
Yeah, he basically wrote this stuff on generalized quantifiers that ended up just like completely reorienting how quantifiers were handled formally in semantics. And I talked to someone about it who kind of knew the history, and he's like, yeah, I think Lewis just like realized he was already kind of implicitly doing this in his papers. So he just like wrote the he wrote the paper Adverbs of Quantification, and now it's like the standard reference.
He's a genius.
Yeah, he really is. His even stuff on restricted quantification in that book is really great about how we can say that all swans are white, even though we know there are some black swans.
Yes,
because of like that kind of stuff's really great. His philosophy of language is great. He's a really great philosopher of language. His modal metaphysics.
I can't get it. I can't accept it.
Yeah. I think as a fun little anecdote, not about this, but it was about Blackburn's quasi-realism.
Oh, yeah.
David Lewis once wrote a paper called Quasi-Realism is a Fictionalism. And Blackburn said something like, and he says in that paper that on its own terms, quasi-realism has succeeded. And he's like the only person to ever say that. And Blackburn like wrote a response and he's like, well, one, David Lewis just said I succeeded. And two, he completely misdescribed my view.
That's so cool.
So, yeah, which would probably feel pretty good. Yeah. All right, I think that gives us our ranking.
Well, where are we putting this one?
Oh, we didn't actually rank this. Yeah. It's so fun, but I think it's like a B tier book. I mean, it's complicated and formal enough that like you can't just dismiss the arguments, but I don't even think I'd call it an A tier book.
No, it clearly took a lot of skill to write, but I've never read a work of philosophy that I thought was like so pointless. And also I disagreed with so much, but not even in an edifying way. I just like finished it for a paper and I was like, great, that was a waste of time. And I've so rarely come away thinking that.
I might even put it to a C tier book. And here's the argument for it. It actually is not very generative. Like, unlike a lot of these other books that we've talked about, it's like, what do you do next? And you could write papers refuting Lewis, but like, to what end? Like, where does it lead you to make like more interesting observations and thoughts? Yeah. So I might even say C tier because of that.
I would say C tier. I think that it's a kind of, not only do I think that it's quite spurious, I suppose, in its conclusions, I think that it's a philosophical dead end. Like, you can only either then be pro or anti concrete modal realism. And there's no way, like, you don't end up with these, or there might be, but if I'm not aware of them, these like much more sophisticated versions of the position. You just kind of stops.
If you think that analytic philosophy is basically a prolonged exercise in very intelligent and formally minded people missing the point, this is like the ultimate work in analytic philosophy.
I would never recommend somebody read this if they think that philosophy is pointless thumb twiddling, because I think this probably was.
Yeah. All right. Well, that gives us our ranking then. I'll put that up on the screen. We have it. Joe, thank you so much for joining. This was a lot of fun.
This was an awful lot of fun. Thank you so much for having me.